Nihongi, The Chronicles of Japan, Chapter 28. The EMPROR, AMA no NUNHRA OKI no Amabyatio Part I. The Emperor Ama, no Nanahara Oki, no Mabito, was the younger brother by the same mother of the Emperor Ame Mikoto, Hirakasu Wake. In his childhood, he was called the Imperial Prince Oho, Ama. From his birth, he had a majestic and intelligent appearance. When he grew to manhood, he was virile and martial. He was skilled in astronomy and the art of becoming invisible. He took to him the Imperial Princess Uno, daughter of the Emperor Ame Mikoto Hirakasu Wake, and made her his wife. In the first year of the Emperor Ame Mikoto Hirakasu Wake, he was made heir apparent. In the 4th year of his reign, winter, the 10th month and the 17th day, the emperor took to his sick bed. His sufferings were very severe. Upon this, he sent Yasumaro Soga no Omi to fetch the heir apparent and to introduce him to the great hall. Now Yasumaro had been always a favorite of the heir apparent, and secretly taking thought for him, said, "Think before you speak." Upon this, the heir apparent suspected a secret plot and was cautious. When the emperor gave him his commands and bestowed on him the vast undertaking, he declined, saying, "Thy servant has unfortunately always had bad health. How could he maintain the state? I beseech your majesty, bestow the entire empire on the empress, consort, and let the imperial prince Ohitomo be established as successor to the throne. I will today renounce the world, and it is my desire for your majesty's sake to perform acts of merit." The emperor gave his consent, and on the same day he renounced the world and put on the priestly garb. He accordingly collected his private weapons and deposited them everyone in the department. 19th day. He went to the palace of Yoshino. At this time, Soga no Ake no Omi, Prime Minister of the left, Nakatomi no Kane no Mureji, Prime Minister of the right, and Soga no Hachiyasu no Omi, the Dainagon, etc., escorted him. They returned from Uji. Someone said, "Give a tiger wings and let him go." This evening, he occupied the palace of Shima. 20th day. He arrived at Yoshino and took up his abode there. At this time, he assembled his tonri and addressed them, saying, "I am now entering religion and will carry out its practices. Let those, therefore, who wish to follow my example and practice religion remain here. If any of you wish by serving the government to gain a name, let them return and do so." But there were none who would go away. He again assembled the tonri and addressed them as before. Upon this, 1/2 of the tonri stayed with him, and 1/2 withdrew. 12th month. The Emperor Ame Mikoto Hirakasu Wake died. AD 672. First year, spring, 3rd month, 18th day. Inashiki, Idzumi no Mureji, of inner lesser 7th rank, was sent to Tsukushi to announce the mourning for the emperor to Kyuya, Tiesung, and the others. Upon this, Kyuya, Tiesung, and his people all put on mourning and raised lament for him 3 times, turning towards the east and bowing their heads to the ground. 21st day. Kyuya, Tiesung, and the others with repeated obeisances offered a box with a letter and presents in token of goodwill. Summer, 5th month, 12th day. Armor and bows and arrows were presented to Kyuya Tiesung and his companions. Other presents were made to them on this day, amounting altogether to 1,670, 3 hiki of coarse silk, 2,850, 2 tan of cloth, and 660, 6 kin of floss silk. 28th day. Courier sent Puka, Pyern, of the former division and others with tribute. 30th day. Kyuya, Tiesung, and his people took their departure. In this month, Wajimi, Yanoi no Mureji, addressed the emperor, saying, "Thy servant went alone to Mino on private business. At this time, the government instructed the governors of the 2 provinces of Afumi and Wohari, saying, "Let laborers be designated in advance for the construction of a misasagi." Accordingly, each man was provided with a weapon. Thy servant is of opinion that this is not on account of a misasagi, but that there surely will be trouble. If thou dost not speedily get out of the way, there may be danger. Another man said to the emperor, "Pickets have been stationed at various places along the way from the Afumi capital to the Yamato capital. Moreover, orders have been given to the guards of the Uji Bridge to intercept the conveyance of private supplies of provisions by the officers of the household of the heir apparent, the emperor's younger brother." The emperor was displeased at this, and accordingly gave orders to make investigation. Having ascertained that it was a fact, he made order as follows. "The reason why we renounced the dignity and retired from the world was simply in order to heal our disease and make whole our body so that we might live for 100 years. But now, if, owing to circumstances over which we have no control, we are to be exposed to calamity, why should we quietly allow the destruction of our person?" 6th month, 22nd day. The emperor gave orders to Wayori, Murakuni no Muraji, Kimide, Wanaib no Omi, and Hiro, Muketsu no Kimi, saying, "We are now informed that the ministers of the court of Afumi are plotting mischief against us. Do ye 3 therefore hasten to the province of Mino, and give information to Hanji, Oho no Omi, the governor of the hot baths of the district of Yasuhama. Explain to him the necessities of the position of affairs. Let him first of all levy the soldiers of his own district, and then by means of the governors of provinces set on foot the troops of all kinds and quickly beset the Fuha road. We are now starting, 24th day." He was about to proceed to the east when one of his ministers made representation to him, saying, "Can the Afumi ministers have no intention of conspiring? If they have, they will certainly notify it to the empire, and the roads will in consequence become impassable. Why should we proceed to the east unarmed, without a single soldier? Thy servant fears that our enterprise will fail of success." The emperor followed this advice. He wished to summon back to him Wayori and the others, and therefore dispatched Yasaka, Ohakita no Kimi, Ohatomo, Kibumi no Muraji, and Shima, Afu no Omi, to Prince Takasaka, who had charge in his absence, directing them to apply to him for posting bells. Accordingly, he said to Yasaka and the others, "If you cannot get the bells, let Shima come back and report to me. Let Yasaka hasten to Afumi and summon the imperial princes Takechai and Ohatsu to meet me in Ise." Yasaka and his companions then went to the official charged with the care of the palace in the emperor's absence, and putting forward the orders of the heir apparent, asked Prince Takasaka for posting bells, which were refused. Then Yasaka went to Afumi, and Shima returned and reported to the emperor, saying, "We did not get the bells." On this day, they started on their journey to the east country. So great was the urgency that the emperor did not wait to ride, but went on foot. Suddenly he fell in with a saddle, horse belonging to Ohatomo, Agata no Inukahi no Muraji. The emperor accordingly mounted him. The empress, consort followed in a palanquin. It was not until they had gone as far as the river Tsufuri that the emperor carriage came up, so he got into it. More than 20 persons in all. There were more than 10 women. The same day they arrived at Iki in Yuda, where they were overtaken by Makuda, Ohatomo no Muraji, and Ohatomo, Kibumi no Muraji, from the palace of Yoshino. At this time mate, Hashi no Muraji, a tonri of the department of the official rice, fields, supplied food to those who followed the imperial carriage. Passing the village of Kimura, there were there more than 20 hunters, with Ohokuni, Yenamoto no Muraji at their head. These were all summoned to follow the imperial carriage. Moreover, Prince Mino was called. He forthwith came and joined the emperor's suite. At the town hall of the district of Yuda, they were met by 50 pack, horses of the province of Ise, which were carrying the rice of the hot baths. All the rice was thrown away, and thus mounts were provided for those who were going afoot. When they reached Ohono, the sun went down, the mountains were dark, and they were unable to proceed. Accordingly, they pulled down the fences of the houses of that village, by which they provided lights, and so reached the district of Nabari at midnight. They set fire to the posting station of Nabari and made proclamation to the people of that village, saying, "The emperor is on his way to the east country. Therefore let all the people flock to join him." However, not a single man would come. When they were just arriving at the river Yakagaha, a dark cloud overspread the sky to the breadth of more than 10 rods. Now the emperor, wondering at this, forthwith kindled a light, and holding in his own hand the rule, divined, saying, "This is an omen of the division of the empire into 2 parts. However, in the end we shall probably acquire the empire." So they hastened onwards and arrived at the district of Iga, where they set fire to the posting station. Going round to Nakayama in Iga, they were joined by the district governors of that province, in command of a body of several hundred men. At dawn, they reached the plain of Tara, where a short halt was made and food partaken of. On arriving at Yamaguchi in Sumui, they were joined by the imperial Prince Takeshai, who came across by way of Kafuka. He was followed by Ohohi, Tami no Ata, Takatari, Akazome no Miyako, Hirosumi, Ohokura no Ata, Kunimaro, Sakano no Ata, Furuichi no Kuramaro, Take no Ohotoko, and Abe, Ikego no Omi. They crossed Mount Miyama and arrived at Suzuka in Ise. Hirahitoko, Miike no Mureji, governor of the province, with the vice-governor Kabuto, Miwa no Kimi, Tarumaro, Tanaka no Omi, magistrate of the hot baths, Naonomi, Takata no Abaido, and others joined the emperor at the district of Suzuka. So in the morning, a body of 500 troops were dispatched to block the road over the mountain of Suzuka. When they arrived at the foot of the hill of Kahawa, the sun went down, and as the empress consort was fatigued, her palanquin was stayed for a while until she rested. But the night closed in gloomily, and it threatened rain, so that a prolonged halt was impossible, and they proceeded on their way. Hereupon it became cold, and there was a violent thunder, storm with rain, so that the clothing of those in the emperor train was drenched, and they could not bear the cold. When they arrived at the town hall of the district of Myth, they set fire to one of the buildings, and so warmed the shivering men. That night, at midnight, the warden of the barrier of Suzuka sent a messenger to the emperor to inform him that Prince Yamabe and Prince Ishikawa had come to proffer their allegiance, and that he had therefore kept them at the barrier. The emperor accordingly sent Masubito, Michie no Ata, to fetch them. 26th day. In the morning, on the bank of the river Tohagaha, in the district of Asake, he worshipped towards the goddess Amaterasu no Ohakami. At this time, Masubito arrived and informed the emperor that the men who were kept at the barrier were not Prince Yamabe and Prince Ishikawa, but the imperial Prince Ohatsu, who had accordingly come to join the emperor, along with Masubito. He was followed by Yasaka, Ohakita no Kimi, Mitsuna, Naniha no Kishi, Ashibito, Kamada no Tsukuri, Yasumaro, Yamabe no Kimi, White, Woharita no Omi, Hasatsukabe no Shiki, Wakami, Ohakita no Kimi, Kanemi, Ni no Muraji, Urashibe no Tamos, and their people. The emperor was greatly rejoiced. When they were just arriving at the town hall, Woyori came riding post and informed the emperor, saying, 3,000 Mino troops, which were dispatched for the purpose, have succeeded in blocking the Fuha road. Upon this, the emperor commended Woyori's zeal. As soon as he reached the town hall, he sent the imperial Prince Takechai in advance to Fuha to attend to military matters there, and sent Yamashiro no Woda and Akafu, Ato no Mureji, to mobilize the troops of the Takedo provinces. Moreover, he sent Ihos, Wakasakurabe no Omi, and mate, Hashi no Mureji, to mobilize the Tasando army. This day, the emperor lodged at the town hall of Kuhana. He stayed here and did not proceed further. At this time, the Ifumi court heard that the Prince Imperial, the Emperor's younger brother, had gone to the East Country. All the ministers were alarmed, and the capital was in commotion. Some made their escape, with the intention of proceeding to the East Country, and others withdrew in order to conceal themselves in the mountains and marshes. Upon this, the Imperial Prince Ohitomo addressed the ministers, saying, "What measures shall we take?" One of the ministers stood forward and said, "If we are slow to take measures, we shall certainly be too late. The best plan is with all speed to assemble our choice cavalry and to pursue in their track." The Imperial Prince did not take this advice, but sent Ihasuki, Ine no Kimi, Kyusuri, Fumi no Ata, and Ohamero, Wasaka no Ata to the East Country, and Mamatari, Hatsumi no Omi, with his younger brother Ihoi and Hyuga, Mononobe no Abido, to the Yamato capital. Moreover, he sent Watoko, Saheki no Mureji, to Tsukushi, and Ihate, Kusu no Omi, to the province of Kibai, all of them with orders to levy troops. He said further to Watoko and Ihate, these two viz. Prince Kurakuma, Viceroy of Tsukushi and Hiroshima, Tahama no Kimi, governor of the province of Kibai, were originally dependents of the imperial younger brother, the heir apparent, and I suspect them of treason. If there is any sign of disobedience, slay them forthwith. Now when Ihate arrived at the province of Kibai, on the day on which he presented his token of authority, he deceived Hiroshima and got him to ungird his sword. Ihate then drew his sword and slew him. When Watoko reached Tsukushi, Prince Kurakuma received his token of authority and said to him in reply, "The province of Tsukushi has always been a defense against the calamity of foreign raids." Were these lofty battlements and deep moats overlooking the sea meant as a protection from an internal enemy? If, in awe of this command, I should now dispatch troops, this province would be left unprotected, and if troubles were suddenly to arrive unexpectedly, the state would soon be overturned. What good would it then do to put me to death 100 times? How can I dare to disregard my duty? This is my reason for refusing to set the troops in movement hastily. Now the two sons of Prince Kurakuma, Prince Mino and Prince Take, stood beside him, girt with their swords, and did not withdraw. Hereupon Watoko grasped his sword, as about to rush forward. But he feared lest on the contrary he might himself see destruction, and being therefore unable to accomplish his purpose, went away empty. Ihasuki and his companions, the couriers to the east, were approaching Fuha when Ihasuki alone, suspecting that there were troops among the mountains, fell behind and went on at a leisurely pace. Then some ambushed soldiers came out from the mountain and intercepted Kyusuri and the others. Ihasuki, seeing this, felt sure that Kyusuri and his companions would be captured, so he turned and fled, barely succeeding in making his escape. Just at this time, Makuta, Ohitomo no Mureji, and Wafukehi, Ohitomo no Mureji, both saw that the time was unfavorable, so they pretended illness and withdrew to their house in Yamato. Learning, however, that the successor to the throne was certainly the Prince Imperial, the Emperor's younger brother, resident at Yoshino, Makuta first followed the Emperor. But Wafukehi remained behind, saying, "I will establish my fame all at once, and it is my purpose to allay calamity." So he called to him 1 or 2 families of relations, and all the stout fellows he could find, but could only get a few tens of men. 27th day. The Imperial Prince Takeshai sent a messenger to the town hall of Kuhana with a message for the Emperor, saying, "It is inconvenient to carry on the government with your majesty residing at a distance. I would advise that some nearer place should be occupied." That same day, the Emperor proceeded to Fuha, leaving the Empress, consort, behind. By the time he reached the town hall, Sabichi, Chihisako no Mureji, governor of the province of Wohari, joined him with a force of 20 men. The Emperor forthwith commended him. These troops were divided and beset the roads to various places. When he arrived at Nagami, The imperial Prince Takeshai came to meet him from Wasami, and forthwith addressed the emperor, saying, "Last night couriers came in haste from the court of Afumi. I therefore laid an ambush and captured them. They are Kusari, Fumi no Ata, and Ohamero, Wisaka no Ata. When I asked them where they were going, they answered and said that they belonged to the suite of Ihasuki, Wina no Kimi, who was sent on behalf of the Prince Imperial, the emperor younger brother, resident at Yoshino, to mobilize the army of the East Country. Ihasuki, however, seeing the troops burst out, had run away back again. After this, the emperor addressed the imperial Prince Takeshai, saying, At the court of Afumi there are the Oho, Omi of the right and left, and a body of shrewd ministers with whom to conclude counsel. Now we have no one to advise, with except young children. What is to be done? The imperial prince, having bared his arms and grasped his sword, addressed the emperor, saying, However numerous the Afumi ministers may be, how shall they dare to oppose the emperor divine spirit? Though thou, the emperor, art but one, thy servant Takeshai, in reliance on the spiritual help of the gods of heaven and earth, and requesting the imperial orders, will put himself at the head of all the generals, and will inflict chastisement on them. Shall he meet with any resistance? The emperor commended him. He took him by the hand and stroked his back, saying, Be prudent and not neglectful. He accordingly presented to him a saddle, horse, and delivered to him the entire conduct of military matters. The imperial prince straightway returned to Wasami. Upon this, the emperor established his temporary palace at Nagami and took up his residence there. That night there was a violent storm of thunder, lightning, and rain. The emperor put up a prayer, saying, Ye gods of heaven and earth, if you will help us, make the thunder and rain to cease. As soon as he had done speaking, the thunder and rain stopped. 28th day. The emperor went to Wasami. He returned after having inspected the military arrangements. 29th day. The emperor went to Wasami and issued his commands to the troops through the imperial Prince Takeshai. The emperor then went back again to Nagami and abode there. On this day, Wafukehi, Ohatomo no Muraji, had secret conference with Kumage, Sakano no Ata, the officer in charge during absence. Addressing himself to one or two of the Aya no Ata, he said, I shall pretend that I am the imperial Prince Takeshai, and at the head of some tens of cavalry soldiers, will issue forth and approach the camp from the road north of the temple of Asukadara. So do you co-operate with me secretly? Having done so, he marshaled his troops at the house of Kudara and issued forth from the south gate. In the first place, he caused Kuma, Hada no Miyako, in his waist cloth, to mount a horse and gallop into the camp west of the temple and say to them, The imperial Prince Takeshai has arrived from Fuha, followed by a numerous armed force. Hereupon Prince Takazaka, who had charge of the palace in absence, Mamatari, Hatsumi no Omi, who had been sent as a messenger to levy troops, and others repaired to the Tsuki tree west of the temple of Asukadara and encamped there. But Mamatari remained at the arsenal of Woharita, where he transported arms to Afumi. Now when the soldiery in camp heard Kuma outcry, they everyone dispersed and ran away, and Wafukehi, Ohatomo no Muraji, with some tens of mounted troops arrived in hot haste. Kumage and the Ataf fraternized with him, and the soldiers also followed. So, saying that it was by command of the imperial Prince Takeshai, they sent to the arsenal of Woharita and summoned Mamatari, Hatsumi no Omi. Upon this, Mamatari mounted his horse and came in a leisurely way. When he reached the Tsuki tree west of the temple of Asukadara, there was a man who said, Get down from your horse. Mamatari was slow in doing so, and the man took hold of his collar, dragged him to the ground, and shot him with an arrow. Then he drew his sword and smote him, so that he died. Then Ihoi, Hatsumi no Omi, and Hyuga, Mononobe no Abido, were bound, but presently released and placed amongst the troops. Prince Takazaka and Prince Wakasa were sent for, and made to follow the army. When this was done, Yasumaro, Ohatomo no Mureji, Woyu, Sakano no Ata, Sukanamaro, Sami no Kimi, and others were sent to the palace of Fuha to report to the emperor what had taken place. The emperor was greatly rejoiced, and accordingly appointed Wafukehi general. At this time take Shimaro, Miwa no Kimi, Yamishi, Kamo no Kimi, and others, together with a body of valiant men, all joined the general's standard like an echo. A plan was drawn up for invading Afumi, and the bravest among the troops were selected and made lieutenants, generals, and judges. First of all, they marched towards Nara. Autumn, 7th month, 2nd day. The emperor sent a Bamero, Kai no Omi, Hanji, Oho no Omi, Ko Odo, Miwa no Kimi, and Uzagi, Akizome no Mureji, in command of several tens of thousands of men, to cross over to Yamato by way of Mount Miyama in Ise. Moreover, he sent Wayori, Murakuni no Mureji, Nemaro, Fumi no Abaido, Kimite, Wanaib no Omi, and Abe, Ikego no Omi, in command of several tens of thousands of men, with orders to set forth from Fuha and to proceed direct to Afumi. Fearing that these troops might be difficult to distinguish from the army of Afumi, he placed a red on their clothing. When this was done, he gave separate orders to Hanji, Oho no Omi, to take 3,000 men and encamp on the plain of Tara. Tarumero, Tanaka no Omi, was sent with instructions to guard the road to Kurafu. Now Afumi ordered Prince Yamabe, Hachiyasu, Soga no Omi, and Hito, Kos no Omi, to take command of several tens of thousands of men and proceed to attack Fuha. They encamped on the bank of the river in Yugami. Here Prince Yamabe was killed by Hachiyasu, Soga no Omi, and Hito, Kos no Omi. The troubles which ensued prevented the army from advancing, and Hachiyasu, Soga no Omi, returned from Inugami and stabbed himself in the throat so that he died. At this time, Yakuni, Hada no Kimi, an Afumi general with his son Ushi and others, came and surrendered with their people. Accordingly, he was granted the battle axe and halberd, and was appointed general. Forthwith he proceeded northwards to Koshi. Before this time, Afumi had sent picked troops to make a sudden incursion to the village of Tamakurabe, so Koma, Izumo no Omi, was sent to attack them and drive them off. Third day. General Wafukehi encamped on the top of Mount Narayama. Now Akamaro, Eridawo no Ata, addressed the general, saying, "The old capital is our headquarters. Let it be well guarded." The general took this advice and accordingly sent Akamaro and Kabaito, Imbe no Abaido, to guard the ancient capital. Upon this, Akamaro and the others went to the ancient capital. They removed the planks of the bridges on the roads and made of them breastworks, which they set up on the highways in the neighborhood of the capital, and so kept guard. Fourth day. General Wafukehi fought a battle with Hachiyasu, Ohono no Kimi, the Afumi general, at Mount Narayama. He was defeated by Hachiyasu, and his men all ran away. General Wafukehi barely escaped with his life. Thereupon Hachiyasu pursued him as far as Yada, where he went up and viewed the capital. But as there were breastworks set up on all the highways, he suspected an ambush, and by degrees withdrew and retreated. Fifth day. Tanabe no Wasumi, a lieutenant, general of the Afumi party, crossed Mount Kafuka and marched to Kurafu with their flags rolled up and dragging their drums. At midnight, with gags in the soldiers' mouths, they broke through the fortifications and suddenly entered the encampment. Accordingly, fearing that it might be difficult to distinguish between his own men and those of Tarumero, he gave each of them the watchword Cain. Then they drew their swords and charged, when those who had not the watchword Cain were cut down without more ado. Upon this, Tarumero troops were all thrown into confusion, and in this sudden emergency, knew not what to do. Only Tarumero cleverly noted the watchword, and he alone, by saying Cain, effected his escape with difficulty. Sixth day. Wasumi again advanced in order to attack the encampment on the plain of Tara. He arrived there unexpectedly. Hereupon General Hanji, Oho no Omi, intercepted him, and pursuing him with picked troops, smote him. Wasumi alone made his escape and fled. He never came again afterwards. 7th day. Uyori and his men fought with the Afumi troops at the river Yokyugaha in Okinaga and defeated them, killing their general Kusuri, Sakahibe no Mureji. 9th day. Uyori and his men attacked the Afumi general, Hada no Tamatari, at Mount Takayama and slew him. On this day, Abimaro, Kai no Omi, and his colleagues, the generals for the eastern provinces, hearing that Wafukehi, Ohatomo no Mureji, general for the Yamato capital, had been defeated by the Afumi men, divided their army and dispatched Uzagi, Akizome no Mureji, at the head of more than 1,000 cavalry in haste to the Yamato capital. 13th day. Uyori and his men fought a battle on the banks of the river Yasukaha and suffered a great defeat. Owagachi, Kasobe no Omi, and Kashima Hashi no Mureji were taken prisoners. 17th day. The Kurimoto army was attacked and repulsed. 22nd day. Uyori and his men arrived at Sita. Now the imperial Prince Ohatomo and his ministers were encamped together west of the bridge, where they formed a great array. Their rear could not be seen. Their banners covered the plain, the dust reached to the sky. The sound of their drums and gongs could be heard for several tens of rai. Their ranged crossbows were discharged confusedly, and the arrows fell like rain. Their general Chisen defended it at the head of an advanced body of picked troops. He cut the bridge in the middle for a space of 3 rods, and over the gap he placed a long plank. If anyone attempted to cross over by this plank, it could be pulled away, and he would fall. In this way, it was impossible to advance to the attack. Now there was one daring soldier, named Waka Omi, Ohakita no Kimi. He laid aside his long spear, and donning double armor, drew his sword, suddenly rushed across the plank, and cut the rope which was fastened to it. In spite of the arrows, he entered their array. The troops were all thrown into confusion and dispersed in flight. It was not possible to prevent them. General Chisen drew his sword and cut down the fugitives, but he was unable to check the rout. Accordingly, he was himself slain near the bridge, while the imperial Prince Ohatomo and the Oho, Omi of the right and left, narrowly escaped with their lives. Uyori and his troops forthwith marched to the foot of the hill of Ahadzu. On this day Yakuni, Hada no Kimi, and Koma, Izumo no Omi, besieged the castle of Miwo in concert and took it. 23rd day. Uyori and his men slew the Afumi generals Isakimi, Inyukahi no Mureji, and Shihote, Hasama no Ata at the market place of Ahadzu. Upon this, the imperial Prince Ohatomo fled, and not having anywhere to go to, turned and concealed himself at Yamazaki. There he strangled himself. At this time the Oho, Omi of the right and left, and all the other ministers dispersed and were lost. There were left only Maro, Mononobe no Mureji, and 1 or 2 Tonri who followed him. Before this time, General Wafukehi marched towards Nara. On the day that he reached Hieta, he was told by a man that a numerous force was coming from Kahachi. He accordingly sent Takara, Sakamoto no Omi, Masumi, Nagawa no Ata, Maro, Kurigaki no Ata, Washibai, Tomi no Ata, and Nemero, Hasama no Ata at the head of 300 soldiers to take up a defensive position at Tatsuta. Moreover, he sent Sukanamaro, Sami no Kimi, in command of several hundred men to encamp at Ohasaka. Yamishi, Kamo no Kimi, was dispatched with several hundred men to guard the I-Hate road. On this day, Takara, Sakamoto no Omi, and his colleagues halted on the plain of Hireishi. Hearing that the Afumi troops were occupying the castle of Takayasu, they ascended thither. But the Afumi army, when they found that Takara and his colleagues were coming, burnt all the granaries of tax rice, and then all dispersed and ran away. So they spent the night within the castle. At daybreak, they looked down towards the west and saw a large army coming from the two directions of Ohatsu and Tajihi. Their flags were clearly visible. Somebody said, "These are the troops of Karakuni, Iki no Fubito, the Afumi general." Takara and his colleagues descended from the castle of Takeyasu, and, crossing the river Yegagaha, gave battle to Karakuni on the west side of the river. But the troops of Takara and his colleagues were few, and they were unable to maintain the defense. Before this, Odo Kaino Omi had been sent with orders to guard the Kashikazaka road. Upon this, Takara and his colleagues retreated to Kashikazaka and took up their position in Odo camp. At this time, Shihoko, Kyum no Omi, governor of Kahachi, intending to join himself to the Fuha Palace, had assembled an army. Now, when Karakuni arrived, he secretly discovered his plans and was about to slay Shihoko. Shihoko, finding that the matter had leaked out, committed suicide. After the lapse of one day, the Afumi army arrived in great force by several roads. Finding that with their joint force they were unable to meet them in battle, broke up their camp and retreated. On this day, General Wafukehi was defeated by the Afumi troops and fled with only 1 or 2 mounted men. Coming to Sumizaka, he chanced to fall in with Yuzagi division, which then came up. So he turned again and encamped at Kanetsunawi, where he rallied his dispersed troops. Thereupon, he heard that the Afumi army was coming by the Ohisaka road, and leading his troops westward as far as Chamada in Tahama, gave battle to Karakuni, Iki no Fubito, by the pond of Ashi Ike. Now there was a brave soldier named Kyum, who, with drawn sword, rushed straight into the midst of the army. The cavalry advanced close upon his heels, and so the Afumi troops all took to flight. They were pursued, and a very large number slain. Upon this, the general gave orders to his army, saying, "This war was originally undertaken, not with the object of killing the common people, but against the ring leaders. Therefore let there be no indiscriminate slaughter." Upon this, Karakuni got separated from his army and fled alone. The general saw him from a distance, and made Kyum shoot an arrow at him, but he missed, and Karakuni succeeded at last in making his escape by flight. The general then went back again to his headquarters. Now the Eastern Army was constantly approaching in force. So the army was divided, the divisions taking up positions respectively on the upper, middle, and lower roads. But General Wafukehi took charge in person on the middle road. Hereupon Isajimi, in Yukahi no Mureji, the Afumi general, came up by the middle road. He halted at Mureya and dispatched his lieutenant, General Kujira, Ihoriwi no Miyako, with 200 picked soldiers to attack the general camp. At this time, the troops under his standard were but few, and could offer no resistance. Now there was a slave of the temple of Ohawidara named Tokumaro, who, with 4 others, followed the army. Tokumaro and his companions, forming an advanced guard, went forward and shot their arrows, so that Kujira army was unable to advance. On this day take Shimaro, Miwa no Kimi, and Yuzagi, Akazome no Mureji, who were stationed on the upper road, fought with the Afumi army at the Hashi Misasagi, and greatly defeated them. Following up their victory, they also cut off the retreat of Kujira army, upon which Kujira men all broke and fled. Many of the common soldiers were killed. Kujira made off, mounted on a white horse, but his horse tumbled into a muddy rice field and could make no progress. Then General Wafukehi said to a brave soldier of Kahai, "The man on the white horse is Ihoriwi no Kujira. Hasten after him and shoot him." Upon this, the brave soldier of Kahai hurried in pursuit and came up to Kujira. Kujira whipped his horse vigorously, and it succeeded in extricating itself and getting out of the mud. Then he galloped off and made his escape. The general went back again a second time to headquarters and encamped his men there. From this time forward, the Afumi troops never came again. Before this time, when the army was at Kanetsunawi, Kome, Takeshai no Agata Nushi, governor of the district of Takeshai, suddenly had his mouth closed so that he could not speak. After 3 days, a divine inspiration came over him, and he said, "I am the god who dwells in the shrine of Takeshai, and my name is Kodo Shiro Nushi no Kami. Again, I am the god who dwells in the shrine of Musa, and my name is Iku Ikudzuchi no Kami." This was their revelation. Let offerings of horses and weapons of all kinds be made at the Misasagi of the Emperor Kamu, Yamato, Aiher, Biko. Further, they said, "We stood in front and rear of the imperial descendant and escorted him to Fuha, whence we returned. We have now again taken our stand in the midst of the imperial army for its protection. Further, they said, an army is about to arrive by the western road. Be on your guard." When he had done speaking, he awoke. For this reason, therefore, Kome was sent to worship at the imperial Misasagi and to make offerings of horses and weapons. He also made offerings of cloth and worshipped the gods of the shrines of Takechai and Musa. After this, Karakuni, Iki no Fubito, arrived from Ohisaka. Therefore the people of that day said, "The words of the instructions of the gods of the 2 shrines are in accordance with the fact." Moreover, the goddess of Mureya said by the mouth of a priest, "An army is now about to arrive by the middle road of my shrine. Therefore let the middle road of my shrine be blocked." Accordingly, not many days after, the army of Kujira, Ihoriwi no Miyako, arrived by the middle road. The men of that day said, "So the words of the teaching of the god were right." When the war was over, the generals reported the monitions of these 3 gods to the emperor, who straightway commanded that the 3 gods should be raised in rank and worshipped accordingly. 22nd day. When General Wafukehi had subdued the land of Yamato, he crossed the great pass to Naniha, while the other lieutenant, generals, proceeding severally by 3 routes, marched to Yamazaki, where they encamped south of the river. General Wafukehi, at Wagohori and Naniha, sent for the governors of all the western provinces and made them deliver up their keys, their posting bells and posting tallies. 23rd day. The generals, having all met at Sassanami, sought for and arrested the prime ministers of the left and right, as well as all the criminals. 25th day. The generals proceeded to the palace of Fuha, and before the camp presented to the emperor the head of the imperial prince Ohatomo. 8th month, 25th day. The imperial prince Takeshai was commanded to announce the verdicts on the Afumi ministers. 8 who were found guilty of heinous offenses were condemned to suffer the extreme penalty. The Yudejin Kane, Nakatomi no Muraji, was accordingly executed at Tain in Asawi. On this day the Sadijin Ake, Soga no Omi, the Dainegin, Hito, Kos no Omi, and their children and grandchildren, with the children of Kane, Nakatomi no Muraji, and of Hachiyasu, Soga no Omi, were all sent into banishment. The others, without exception, were pardoned. Before this time, Sabichi, Chihisakob no Muraji, governor of the province of Wohari, hid in the mountains and committed suicide. The emperor said, Sabichi did good service. Why should he have committed suicide, not being guilty of any crime? Could he have been conspiring secretly? 27th day. The emperor gave his gracious commands to all those who had rendered good service, and bestowed on them public favor and reward. 9th month, 8th day. The imperial car, on its return journey, stayed for the night at Kuhana in Ise. 9th day. It stayed the night at Suzuka. 10th day. It stayed the night at Abe. 11th day. It stayed the night at Nabari. 12th day. The emperor proceeded to the Yamato capital and took up his residence in the palace of Shima. 15th day. He removed his residence from the palace of Shima to the palace of Okamoto. In this year, a palace was erected south of the palace of Okamoto, and the emperor removed his residence thither that same winter. This was called the Palace of Kiyomihara in Asuka. Winter, 11th month, 24th day. Kim App, Sil and other Silla guests were entertained in Tsukushi. The same day presents were made them, varying in the case of each. 12th month, 4th day. All those who had rendered good service were chosen out, and higher cap, ranks conferred on them, from that of Shosen upwards, varying according to circumstances. 15th day. A ship was given to the Silla guests. 26th day. Kim App, Sil and his companions took their departure. In this month Takami, Winano Kimi of Daishi rank died. B. Nihongi, The Chronicles of Japan, Chapter 29. The Emperor Asame no Enuane, HRA Oki no Emibyatio Part II. AD 673. Second year, spring, first month, 7th day. The ministers were entertained at a banquet, at which sake was provided. Second month, 27th day. The emperor commanded the functionaries to prepare an arena, in which he assumed the imperial dignity at the palace of Kiyomihara in Asuka. He raised his wife to the rank of Empress, consort. She bore to him His Highness the Imperial Prince Kusakabe. Before this, he had taken to him the Empress, consort elder sister, the Imperial Princess Ohoda, and made her his consort. She gave birth to the Imperial Princess Ohoki and the Imperial Prince Ohatsu. His next consort was the Imperial Princess Ohoi. She gave birth to the Imperial Prince Naga and the Imperial Prince Yuge. His next consort, the Imperial Princess Nitabe, gave birth to the Imperial Prince Tonri. Moreover, the Lady Higami no Aratsum, daughter of the Oho, Omi, Fujiwara, bore to him the Imperial Princess Tajima. Another lady, named Iho no Aratsum, younger sister of Higami no Aratsum, bore to him the Imperial Prince Nitabe. Next, the Lady Ohanu no Aratsum, daughter of the Oho, Omi Soga no Ake, bore to him one son and two daughters. The first was called the Imperial Prince Hatsumi, the second was called the Imperial Princess Kai, the third was called the Imperial Princess Tagada. The emperor before this had taken to him Princess Nukata no Aratsum, daughter of Prince Kagami, who gave birth to the Imperial Princess Towachi. Next he took to him Amako no Aratsum, daughter of Tokyus, Monogata no Kimi, who bore to him His Highness the Imperial Prince Takeshai. Next a daughter of Ohamero, Shishibito no Omi, named Kaji Haim no Aratsum, who bore to him two sons and two daughters. The first was called the Imperial Prince Asakabe, the second was called the Imperial Prince Shiki, the third was called the Imperial Princess Hatsuseb, the fourth was called the Imperial Princess Taki. 29th day. Cap, ranks were conferred on those who had rendered good service, varying according to circumstances. Third month, 17th day. The governor of the province of Bingo caught a white pheasant in the district of Kameshi and sent it as tribute. Accordingly, the forced labor due from that district was entirely remitted, and a general amnesty granted throughout the empire. In this month, scribes were brought together who began to copy out the Isaikyo in the temple of Karadra. Summer, 4th month, 14th day. With the view of sending the Imperial Princess Ohoki to attend upon the shrine of Amaterasu no Oho, Kami, she was made to dwell in the abstinence, palace of Hatsus. This was that she might first purify herself before she by, and by approach the place where the goddess was. 5th month, 1st day. The emperor gave command to the ministers of state, the Dabu, as well as to the Omi and Mureji, and also the Tomo no Miyako, saying, Let those who first take service be at the outset employed by the Ohatonri. Afterwards, let them be allotted to suitable offices, selection being made according to their capacities. Moreover, let the waiting, women who offer their services he received freely, without respect of married and unmarried, or of old and young. In selecting them for particular duties, let the rules of the palace officials be followed. 29th day. Sakamoto no Takara no Omi, of the upper daikon rank, died. In consideration of his services during the year Mizunoi Saru, the posthumous rank of Shoshi was conferred on him. Intercalary 6th month, 6th day. Sa Theksu, Myring of Pekshe of lower daikon rank, died. He was of a wise and intelligent nature, and in his day had a reputation for ability. The emperor was shocked at his death, and by a special favor granted him the posthumous rank of outer Shoshi. In addition to this, he conferred on him the rank of prime minister in his own country. 8th day. Tamna sent Princes Kyume, Tora, Uma, etc. with tribute. 15th day. Silla sent Kim Seung, Wern, of Han Asan rank, Kim Kai San, of the rank of Asan, the T, Sia Sangsearl, and others to congratulate the emperor on his accession to the throne. At the same time, Kim Sal, Yu of Il Kil's son rank, Kim Kai San, of Han Num Ma rank, and others were sent to offer condolence on the decease of the late emperor. The escort, envoys Kwai Yu, Ho and Chin Mo escorted Seung, Wern, and Sal Yu to Tsukashi. 24th day. Kwai Yu, Ho, and the others were entertained at Tsukashi and received presents varying in the case of each. They straightway returned to their country from Tsukashi. Autumn, 8th month, 9th day. The emperor made an order setting forth the good services rendered during the year Mizunoi Saru by Abamaro, Kai no Omi, and others, while stationed in the province of Iga, and publicly conferred on them favor and rewards. 20th day. Courier sent the T, Hyung Han, Cha, widow of the upper division, the T, Hyung Seerk, Yu of the former division, and others with tribute. Accordingly, Silla sent Kim Nai, Ik, of Han Nama rank, to escort the courier envoys to Tsukashi. 25th day. Kim Seung, Wern, and the other envoys sent to congratulate the emperor on his accession. 7 guests of middle and upper rank were summoned to the capital. Accordingly, the emperor instructed the viceroy to declare his wishes to the Tamna envoys, saying, "The emperor has newly reduced the empire to peace, and has only just now assumed the imperial dignity. For this reason, he does not invite to his court any other envoys than those who bring congratulations, as you yourselves have observed. Moreover, the weather is cold, and the waves are mountainous. To detain you longer here would be rather distressing to you than otherwise. You would therefore do well to take your departure without delay." Accordingly, the king resident in that country and his envoys, Kyumie and his colleagues, were for the first time granted the cap, rank of upper dai, Atsu, which moreover was adorned with brocade and embroidery, and corresponded to the rank of Cha, firing in that country. So they returned home from Tsukashi. 9th month, 28th day. Kim Seung, Wern, and his colleagues were entertained at Naniha. There was a performance of music of all kinds, and they received presents varying in the case of each person. Winter, 11th month, 1st day. Kim Seung, Wern took his departure. 21st day. Han Cha of Courier, Sal Yu of Silla, and their people were entertained at Oho, Gohori in Tsukashi, and received presents varying in the case of each. 12th month, 5th day. Presents were given to all those who were in attendance on the emperor at the Feast of First Fruits, viz. the Nakatomi and Imbe, with the officials of the Shinto department, the district governors of the 2 provinces of Harima and Tamba, and also to the laborers under them. A grade of cap, rank was accordingly conferred on each of the district governors. 17th day. Prince Mino, of Shoshi rank, and Katamaro Kaino Omi, of lower Shakin rank, were appointed commissioners for the erection of the great temple of Taikshai. Now Fukurin, the priest appointed as superintendent, declined this office on account of age, but he was not allowed to refuse. 27th day. The Buddhist priest Jisai was made junior Sadzu. On this day, there were conjoined 2 additional priests as clerks. It was at this time that the practice of having 4 clerks first began. This year was the year Midzunodo Torai of the cycle. AD 674. 3rd year, spring, 1st month, 10th day. Prince Ch Young, Seong of Pekshe, died. He was granted the rank of outer Shoshi. 2nd month, 28th day. Abimaro Kaino Omi died. The emperor was much grieved, and in consideration of his services in the campaign of the year, Midzunoi Saru bestowed on him the rank of Daishi. 3rd month, 7th day. Ohokuni Washiami no Miyako, governor of the province of Tsushima, reported that silver had been produced for the first time in that province and sent some as tribute. Ohokuni was accordingly awarded the rank of lower Shakin. It was at this time that silver was first produced in Japan. Offerings were therefore made of it to all the gods of heaven and earth, and presents of it were likewise given to the Debu, etc., of the rank of Shakin and above. Autumn, 8th month, 3rd day. The imperial Prince Wasakabe was sent to the shrine of Isanakami to brighten up the divine precious things with oil. On the same day, the emperor decreed, saying, "Let all the precious things originally deposited in the sacred treasuries by the various houses be returned to their descendants." Winter, 10th month, 9th day. The imperial princess Ohoki left the abstinence, palace of Hatsus, and proceeded to the shrine of Ise. AD 675. 4th year, spring, 1st month, 1st day. The various students of the Department of Education, the Department of the Yin and Yang, the Outer Apothecaries Department, the Woman of Eseku Travesti, the Woman of Tara, Prince Seorn, Quang of Pekshe, and the Scylla laborers offered presents of drugs and rarities. 2nd day. From the imperial princes downwards, all the public functionaries presented their respects to the emperor. 3rd day. All the public functionaries, from the initial rank upwards, presented firewood. 5th day. A platform was for the first time erected from which to divine, by means of the stars. 7th day. A banquet was given at court to the ministers. 17th day. The ministers of state, Debu, and all the public functionaries from the initial rank upwards had an archery meeting in the court of the Western Gate. On this day, moreover, the province of Yamato presented an auspicious barn door fowl. The eastern provinces presented a white falcon, and the province of Afumi presented a white owl. 3rd day. Offerings were made at the various shrines. 2nd month, 9th day. The emperor gave orders to the provinces of Yamato, Kahachi, Setsu, Yamashiro, Harima, Ahaji, Tamba, Tajima, Afumi, Wakasa, Ise, Mino, and Wohari, saying, "Seek out in your jurisdiction men and women of the common people who can sing well, and also dwarfs and jugglers, etc., and send them as tribute." 13th day. The imperial princess Tawachi and the imperial princess Abe proceeded to the shrine of Ise. 15th day. The emperor decreed, saying, "Let the serfs granted to the various uji in the year Kinoi ni be henceforward done away with. Moreover, let the mountains, marshes, islands, bays, woods, plains, and artificial ponds granted to princes of the blood, to princes and to ministers and temples, be all done away with from first to last." 19th day. The emperor issued an edict as follows: "Ye ministers, functionaries, and people of the empire, avoid the commission of offenses of all kinds. If there be any who disobey this, they shall be punished according to circumstances. 23rd day. The emperor proceeded to the castle of Takyasu. In this month, Silla sent Prince Ch. Hyung, Wern the T. Kam Kup Sun Kim Ch. Haso, the T. Kam Nama Kim Thyrn, Ch. Hyung the Tae Kam T. Ma, Pak Muma and the Tae Kam T. Sia Kim Naxiu to offer tribute. Their escort envoys, the Nama, Kim Fungna and the Nama, Kim Hyapak, escorted Prince Ch. Hyung, Wern as far as Tsukushi. 3rd month, 2nd day. The great god of Tosa presented a divine sword to the emperor. 14th day. Kim Fungna and the others were entertained at Tsukushi. They forthwith returned home from Tsukushi. 16th day. Prince Kurakuma of the 4th rank was appointed director of military affairs, and Miyuki, Ohatomo no Muraji of upper Shakin rank, was made Teiu. In this month, courier sent the T. Hyung Pak Kan, the T. Hyung Tamu and others with tribute. Silla sent the Kupsin, Pak Kyun Siu, and the T. Na Ma Kim Mika to offer tribute. Summer, 4th month, 5th day. More than 2,400 priests and nuns were invited to a great feast of vegetable fare. 8th day. Hiramaro, Tahima no Kimi, of upper Shakin rank, and Maro, Kunu no Omi, of lower Shakin rank, were forbidden by the emperor to attend at court. 9th day. The emperor decreed as follows: in regard to lending out the tax, rice, henceforward let the circumstances of the peasants be clearly ascertained, and their condition as to poverty or wealth having been learned in advance, let them be arranged in 3 classes, to the lower 2 of which such loans may be made. 10th day. Prince Mino, of Shoshi rank, and Hirotari, Saheki no Muraji, of lower Shakin rank, were sent to offer prayers to the wind, gods at Tatino in Tatsuta. Ohabuta, Hashibito no Muraji, of middle Shakin rank, and Karinu, Son no Muraji, of middle Daisen rank, were sent to worship the Oho, Imi deity at Kahawa in Heroes. 14th day. Maro, Kunu no Omi, of lower Shakin rank, was convicted of offering resistance to an imperial messenger and stripped of all his offices and dignities. 17th day. The emperor issued a decree to the provinces, saying, henceforth the fishermen and hunters are to be restrained from making pitfalls or using speared traps and such like contrivances. Moreover, from the 1st day of the 4th month until the 13th day of the 9th month, let no one set fish traps, closing the space. Further, let no one eat the flesh of kine, horses, dogs, monkeys, or barn door fowls. This prohibition does not extend to other kinds of meat. Offenders against this regulation will be punished. 18th day. Prince Womi of the 3rd rank was guilty of an offense and was banished to Inaba. One of his children was banished to the island of Idzu, and another to the island of Chika. 23rd day. A selection was made of persons possessed of accomplishments. They were granted presents, which varied in each case. In this month, Prince Ch. Hyung, Wern of Silla, arrived at Naniha. 6th month, 23rd day. Yasaka, Ohakita no Kimi, was ill and was about to die. The emperor was greatly shocked and made an order saying, thou, Yasaka, hast devoted thyself to the public service, neglecting thy private affairs. Without sparing thy life, prompted by thy manly spirit, thou hast labored in the great campaign. It has been my constant desire to show thee affection, and therefore, even when thou art gone, thy descendants will receive liberal rewards. He accordingly raised him to the rank of outer Shoshi. Not many days after he died in his private dwelling. Autumn, 7th month, 7th day. Kunimaro, Ohatomo no Muraji, of upper Shakin rank, was sent to Silla in the capacity of chief envoy. Irishi, Miek no Kishi, of lower Shakin rank, accompanied him as associate ambassador. 8th month, 1st day. Prince Kumaki, the tribute envoy of Temmu anchored at Tsukushi. 22nd day. There was a storm which made the sand to fly and damaged houses. 25th day. Ch. Hyung, Wern, the ceremonies being completed, took his departure. He set sail from Naniha. 28th day. The tribute envoys of the two countries, Silla and Courier, were entertained in Tsukushi and given presents which varied in each case. 9th month, 27th day. Prince Ko, Year of Tamna, arrived at Naniha. Winter, 10th month, 3rd day. Messengers were dispatched in all directions to seek for the Asekyo. 10th day. The ministers were entertained at a banquet with sake. 16th day. 30 men of Thang were forwarded as tribute from Tsukushi. They were forthwith sent to the province of Totomi and settled there. 20th day. The emperor made an edict saying, "Let everyone, from the princes down to those of initial rank, provide himself with weapons." On this day, there was a report received from the province of Sagami that in the district of Takakura, a woman had given birth to 3 male children. 11th month, 3rd day. A certain man ascended the hill east of the palace, and having uttered words of evil omen, cut his throat and died. Those who were on duty on that night received everyone a step in rank. There was a great earthquake in this month. AD 676. 5th year, spring, 1st month, 1st day. The ministers and public functionaries paid their respects at court. 4th day. They were granted to all, from the imperial Prince Takeshai down to the debut of Shakin rank, upper garments, trousers, lined garments, girdles, garters, staffs, and arm rests. But to the 3 grades of Shakin rank arm, rests were not granted. 7th day. Grants were made to the debut of Shakin rank and upwards, varying in each case. 15th day. The functionaries from the initial rank upwards presented firewood. On the same day, they all assembled in the court and were entertained at a banquet. 16th day. Prizes were offered for archery in the court of the Western Gate. Those who hit the target received prizes of values which varied according to circumstances. On this day, the emperor occupied the palace of Shima and gave a banquet there. 25th day. The emperor made a decree saying, "In all cases of appointments as governors of provinces, let men of not higher than days in rank be appointed." This rule does not apply to the home provinces, nor to the provinces of Michinoku and Nagato. 2nd month, 24th day. A ship was presented to the Tamna guests. In the course of this month, Kunimaro, Ohitomo no Mureji, and his colleagues arrived from Silla. Summer, 4th month, 4th day. Worship was paid to the wind, gods of Tatsuda, and to the Oho Imi deity of heroes. Idzumi no Hoshi, of the district of Lower Safu, in the province of Yamato, sent tribute of an auspicious cock which had a comb like the flower of a camellia. On this day, a report was received from the district of Akanami, in the province of Yamato, that a hen had become changed into a cock. 14th day. A decree was issued to all the princes and ministers, saying, "Let those who are in receipt of taxes from fiefs cease to receive them from the western provinces, and let them be granted revenues from the eastern provinces in exchange. Moreover, let all persons from the outer provinces who wish to enter our service be permitted to do so, whether they be the sons of Omi, Mureji, Tomo no Miyako, or even the sons of Kuni no Miyako. Further, let men of distinguished ability be allowed to do so, even though they are of the common people, of lower rank than the above." 22nd day. The emperor gave orders to the governor of the province of Mino, saying, "Let the children of Abamero, Kai no Omi, resident in the district of Toki, be removed to the east country and become peasants of that country." 5th month, 3rd day. A decree was promulgated respecting the offenses of governors of provinces who had failed to pay over their commuted taxes at the limited time, etc., etc. 7th day. The governor of the province of Shimizuke represented to the emperor that, owing to a bad year, the peasantry in his domain were starving and wished to sell their children. The court refused permission. In the course of this month, the emperor forbade the cutting of grass or firewood on Mount Minabuchi and Mount Hasakaha. Moreover, indiscriminate burning and cutting were forbidden on all mountains and plains in the home provinces, as to which a prohibition had always existed. 6th month. Prince Kirakuma of the 4th rank died of disease. Mononobe no Wajimi no Muraji took suddenly ill and died. When the emperor heard this, he was greatly shocked. In the campaign of the year Mizunoi Sorrow, he had followed the imperial carriage to the East Country. In consideration of his great services, the emperor showed him favor by conferring on him the rank of inner dashi. He also granted him the seniority among those of his house. This summer there was great drought. Messengers were sent to all quarters to make offerings of cloth and to pray to all the gods of heaven and earth. Moreover, the priests and nuns were invited to offer supplications to the 3 precious things. Still there was no rain, and therefore the 5 grains did not grow, and the peasants were starving. Autumn, 7th month, 2nd day. The ministers, dabu and public functionaries received an increase of rank, each according to his deserts. 8th day. The Tamna guests returned to their own country. 16th day. Worship was paid to the wind, gods of Tatsuda, and to the Oho Imi deity of heroes. In the course of this month, Wayori, Murakuni no Muraji, died. In consideration of the services rendered by him in the campaign of the year Mizunoi Sorrow, he received the posthumous rank of Outer Shoshi. A star appeared in the east, 7 or 8 feet in length. In the 9th month, it at length disappeared from the sky. 8th month, 2nd day. Sustenance fiefs, varying in each case, were granted to all from the rank of Prince of the Blood down to Dabu of Shakin rank, and also to imperial princesses, and lady officials of the palace. 16th day. The emperor commanded, saying, "Let a great purification be held in all quarters." The articles needed for this purpose are to be forwarded to the shrines of purification by the Kuni no Miyako of each province, to wit, 1 horse and 1 piece of cloth. The other things are to be supplied by the governors of districts, viz., each 1 sword, 1 deerskin, 1 mattock, 1 smaller sword, 1 sickle, 1 set of arrows, and 1 sheaf of rice in the ear. Further, let each house provide a bundle of hemp. 17th day. The emperor issued a decree, saying, "Let all sentences of death, confiscation, or the 3 classes of banishment be mitigated 1 degree. As for crimes punishable by removal to another part of the same province or lesser offenses, let them all be pardoned whether they have been detected or not." This pardon, however, does not apply to persons who have already proceeded to their place of banishment. On this day, the emperor commanded the various provinces to let loose living things. In this month, Oho, Miwa no Makamuta no Kabaito no Kimi died. When the emperor heard this, he was much grieved, and in view of his services in the year Mizunoi, Saru granted him the posthumous rank of Inner Shoshi, with the posthumous title of Ohamiwa no Makamuta no Muka, Gimi. 9th month, 1st day. Owing to the rain, the beginning of the month was not announced. 10th day. The princes and ministers sent agents to the capital and to the home provinces and gave out weapons for. 12th day. Prince Yagaki of the 3rd rank, Viceroy of Tsukushi, was guilty of an offense and was banished to Tosa. 13th day. Presents were made to the public functionaries and to men of the frontier states, varying in the case of each. 21st day. the department of the Shinto religion represented to the emperor as follows. We have ascertained by divination the provinces and districts which are to supply the rice for the festival of the first fruits. There respond to the divination the district of Yamada in the province of Wohari for the Yuki and the district of Kasa in the province of Tamba for the Sugi. In the course of this month Ikudzuchi, Sakata no Kimi, died. In view of his services during the year Mizunoi Saru, he was granted the posthumous rank of Daishi. Winter, 10th month, first day. The ministers were entertained at a wine feast. Third day. Offerings of cloth were made to all the ahimmed gods of heaven and earth. 10th day. Maro Mononobe no Mureji of upper Dai Atsu rank was sent to Silla as chief envoy, and Mamatari Yamashiro no Ata of middle Dai Atsu rank as junior envoy. 11th month, first day. On account of the festival of first fruits, the ceremony of announcing the first day of the month was omitted. Third day. Silla sent Kim Ch Hyung of Sassen rank to request governance. At the same time, Kim Hoyu of Kup, Sun rank the Tae Kam, Kim Heum Kil of T Sia rank, and others were sent to offer tribute. The escort envoy Phi China of Nama rank and his associate Hapak of Nama rank escorted Ch Hyung, Fyung, and the others to Tsukushi. In this month, 7 men of Su, Shen arrived in the train of Ch Hyung, Fyung, and his colleagues. 19th day. The emperor gave orders to the provinces near the capital to release living things. 20th day. Men were sent to all parts to expound the Kan, Kwo Myo Sutra and the Nin, Omacron Sutra. 23rd day. Courier sent Ha Yu, Chupu of the After Division, as chief envoy, and Turk, Pak, T. Kyung of the former division as associate envoy, to offer tribute. Therefore Silla sent Kim Yang, Wern of T. Nama rank, to escort the courier envoys to Tsukushi. It was intended this year to make the capital at Nihongi, and therefore all the rice, fields, and gardens within the precincts, public and private property alike, were not cultivated and became totally waste. In the end, the capital was not made there. AD 677. 6th year, spring, 1st month, 17th day. There was archery at the south gate. 2nd month, 1st day. Maro Mononobe no Mureji arrived from Silla. In this month, an entertainment was given to men of Tangashima under the Tsuki tree, west of the Asuka temple. 3rd month, 19th day. The Silla envoys, Ch Hyung, Fyung, and the guests of lower rank to the number of 13 were invited to the capital. Summer, 4th month, 11th day. Nagura Seda no Fubito was convicted of scoffing at the imperial car and was accordingly banished to the island of Aidzu. 14th day. The escort, envoys, China, and the rest were entertained in Tsukushi and straightway returned home from there. 5th month, 1st day. The ceremony of announcing the first day of the month was omitted. 3rd day. The emperor granted to the Oho, Hakase, a man of Pekshe named Saul, Tan, the rank of lower Daisen, and accordingly bestowed on him a fief of 30 houses. On this day Adakashi, the Yamato no Yesi, was granted the rank of lower Shosen and a fief of 20 houses. 7th day. A man of Silla named Pak Chaffa, of Asan rank, accompanied by 3 attendants and 3 Buddhist priests, was driven by stress of weather to the island of Chikushima. 28th day. The emperor gave orders to the shrines of heaven and the shrines of earth that the sacred rice, tax, should be divided into 3 shares, one of which was to be set apart for the offerings to the gods, and the other 2 given to the Kanashi. In this month, there was drought in the capital and the home provinces, and prayers were made for rain. 6th month, 14th day. There was a great earthquake. In this month, the emperor commanded the Yamato no Aya no Ata, saying, "Your family has from the beginning been guilty of the 7 misdemeanors." From the Woharita rain down to the court of Afumi, it has been the emperor's constant business to take measures against you. Now in this, our reign, you deserve to be called to an account for your misconduct, and to receive condign punishment. We are very reluctant, however, to extirpate the house of Aya no Atath, and we therefore extend to you great clemency and pardon you. But henceforth, if any of you offend his crime, shall surely be ranked among unpardonable offenses. Autumn, 7th month, 3rd day. Worship was paid to the wind, gods of Tatsuda, and to the Oho Imi deity of heroes. 8th month, 15th day. A great feast of Buddhist fare was given at the Asuka temple, at which the Iseikyo was read. The emperor stood at the south gate of the temple and did obeisance to the 3 precious things. At this time, he commanded the princes of the blood and the other princes, as well as the ministers each, to furnish 1 person to renounce the world. These persons were chosen without distinction of age or sex, and all entered religion in accordance with their wishes. They therefore took part in this great feast. 27th day. Kim Ch Hyung returned to his own country. Accordingly, Pak Cha, Fa and the other who had been driven by stress of weather to Japan were delivered to Ch Hyung, and the rest, and sent back to their native land. 28th day. Tamna sent Prince Tora with tribute. 9th month, 30th day. A decree was made saying, "Let vagabonds who come back again after having been sent to their native places be, one and all, set to forced labor." Winter, 10th month, 14th day. Momoe Kahib no Omi, of inner upper Shokin rank, was appointed Minister of the Interior, and Maro Tajihi no Kimi, of inner lower Dakin rank, was made Debu of the province of Setsu. 11th month, 1st day. Owing to rain, the ceremony of announcing the 1st day of the month was not observed. The Viceroy of Tsukushi presented to the Emperor a red crow. The Viceroy officials accordingly received presents, each according to his rank. Moreover, the person who specially caught the red crow was granted 5 steps in rank. Also, the local officials of the district in question had their rank raised. Consequently, the taxes were remitted to the peasants of this district for the space of 1 year. On this day, a general amnesty was proclaimed to the empire. 21st day. The festival of first fruits was held. 23rd day. A meal was given to all the public functionaries who possessed a definite rank. 27th day. Presents were given to the officials of the Shinto department and to the local governors who had assisted in the offering of first fruits. 12th month, 1st day. Owing to the snow, the ceremony of announcing the 1st day of the month was not observed. AD 678. 7th year, spring, 1st month, 17th day. There was archery at the south gate. 22nd day. The Tamna people set out for the capital. This spring, as a preparation for worshipping the gods of heaven and earth, a purification was held throughout the empire. An abstinence palace was erected on the bank of the Kurahashi River. Summer, 4th month, 1st day. The emperor wished to proceed to the abstinence palace and held divination for this purpose. The response fell upon the 7th day. Accordingly, at the hour of sunrise, the officers whose business it was to clear the road having already started, and the public functionaries being formed in line of procession, the emperor took his seat in his palanquin and ordered his canopy, but had not yet set out when the imperial princess Towachi suddenly took ill and died within the palace. For this reason, the cortege was stopped, and the emperor was unable to proceed. The result was that the sacrifice to the gods of heaven and earth did not take place. 13th day. A pillar of the western hall of the new palace was struck by lightning. 14th day. The imperial princess Towachi was buried at Akaho. The emperor was present and was graciously pleased to raise lament for her. Autumn, 9th month. Yashimaru, Ashinomi no Miyako, presented to the emperor 5 auspicious stalks of rice. Each stalk had branches. In consequence, all sentences from that of minor banishment downwards were remitted. Prince Wakasa of the 3rd rank died. Winter, 10th month, 1st day. At Naniha, there fell a rain of something like floss silk. It was 5 or 6 feet long and 7 or 8 inches wide. It floated on the wind and waved from the fir woods and reed plains. The people of that day called it Sweet Dew, 26th day. The emperor issued a decree saying, "Let all civil and military officials of the central and provincial governments every year consider the degree of competence of their subordinates from the rank of clerk upwards, who are animated by a disinterested public spirit, and discharge their duties with zeal and respect, and let them determine accordingly the promotion they should receive. Not later than the 1st decade of the 1st month, they should forward a full report to the judge. Thereupon the judge, having compared and decided, shall submit to the Daibenquan. However, when officers are ordered to go on missions of a public nature and refuse for trifling reasons, not genuine illness or mourning for parents, they are not to be placed in the schedule for promotion." 12th month, 27th day. Bramblings flew from south, west to northeast, covering the sky. In the course of this month, there was a great earthquake in Tsukushi. The ground split open to the width of 2 rods and a length of more than 3,000 rods. Many of the peasants' houses in all the villages were brought down in ruins. At this time, there was a peasant house situated on the top of a hill. On the evening of the earthquake, the hill crumbled down and changed its place. Yet the house remained intact and was not destroyed, and the inmates did not know that the hill had come down and that their house had moved away. When it became daylight, however, they discovered what had happened to their great amazement. In this year, the Silla escort envoys, Ka Ryong Chayung, San of Nama rank, and Kim Hong Sie of Nama rank came to Tsukushi and said, "The king of Silla having dispatched Kim Seo Mul of Kup, Sun rank, Kim Sie of T Nama rank, etc., as envoys to bring this year tribute, I Chayung, San was sent to escort Seo Mul and his colleagues. In mid-ocean, however, we chanced to meet with a storm, in which Seo, Mul, and the others became all dispersed, and I know not what has become of them. I Chayung, San, alone have with difficulty succeeded in reaching the shore. Seo, Mul, and his colleagues never arrived." A.D. 679. 8th year, spring, 1st month, 5th day. The Silla escort envoys Ka Ryong Chayung, San, and Kim Hong Sie, etc., proceeded to the capital. 7th day. The emperor issued a decree as follows: "At the new year, let the princes, ministers, and public functionaries refrain from paying their respects to any persons, except relatives of the grade of elder brothers or elder sisters and above, or to the senior members of the house. The princes must not pay their respects even to their mothers, when the latter have not the title of princess, nor must ministers pay their respects to their mothers when the latter are of mean rank. Even on other ceremonial occasions than the new year, the same rule is to be observed, and those who infringe it shall be punished according to circumstances." 8th day. There was archery at the west gate. 2nd month, 1st day. Courier sent Hwan, Hiem, T, Siang of the upper division, Sa Siu Lu, T, Siang of the lower division, and others to offer tribute. Accordingly, Silla sent Kam Mul La of Nama rank to escort Hwan, Hiem, and his colleagues to Tsukushi. 3rd day. Katamaro, Kainoomi, died. In consideration of his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, he received the posthumous rank of Upper Dakin. 4th day. The emperor issued an edict, saying, "When the year Kanoto Mi is reached, let there be a review of the weapons and horses belonging to the princes of the blood, the ministers, and the public functionaries. Therefore let provision be made in advance." In this month, the emperor was most graciously pleased to extend his charity to the poor and needy, and to give alms to those starving from cold and hunger. 3rd month, 6th day. Wakami, Ohakita no Kimi of the Imperial Guard, died. During the great campaign of the year Midzunoisaru, he led the van in breaking the camp of Sita. For this service, he was granted the posthumous rank of Outer Upper Shokin. 7th day. The emperor proceeded to Wachi, where he did reverence to the Misasagi of the later Akamoto Empress. 9th day. Princess Shikaha, viceroy of Kibai, took ill and died in Kibai. When the emperor heard this, he was deeply grieved, and was most graciously pleased, etc., etc., to confer on him the posthumous honor of Prince of the 2nd class. 22nd day. Alms of floss, silk, and cloth were given to poor priests and nuns. Summer, 4th month, 5th day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "Let the history of those temples which have sustenance, fiefs attached to them be considered, and where addition is desirable, let addition be made. Where they should be done away with, let them be done away with." On this day, the names of the temples were fixed. 9th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 5th month, 5th day. The emperor proceeded to the palace of Yoshino. 6th day. The emperor addressed the empress consort, the imperial prince Kusakabe, the imperial prince Ohatsu, the imperial prince Takeshai, the imperial prince Kahashima, the imperial prince Asakabe, and the imperial prince Shiki, saying, "We wish today to unite with you in making a vow in the court, so that after 1,000 years there may be no trouble." "What think ye?" the imperial princes answered together, saying, "The reasonableness of this is manifest." Accordingly, His Highness the Imperial Prince Kusakabe stood forward first and made oath, saying, "Ye gods of heaven and earth, and ye emperors, bear witness. We, elder and younger brothers, young or of mature age, more than 10 princes in all, born each of different mothers, without respect of birth from the same or different mothers, together comply with the emperor behest, and will give each other mutual support and avoid contention. If, from this time forward, any of us should not keep this vow, may he himself perish and may his line become extinct. There will be no forgetfulness or failure." The 5 imperial princes took oath together in the above terms in order one after another, and thereupon the emperor said, "Ye, my sons, though each born of different mothers, are now in affection as if born of one mother." Accordingly, loosening out his collar, he took the 6 imperial princes to his bosom, and made oath, saying, "If we contravene this oath, may our body perish instantly." The empress consort oath was like that of the emperor. 7th day. The emperor Kar returned to the palace. 10th day. The 6 imperial princes together paid their respects to the emperor before the great hall. 6th month, 1st day. Hail fell as big as peaches. 23rd day. Prayer was made for rain. 26th day. Ohatomo no Moria no Muraji, of Upper Dakin rank, died. Autumn, 7th month, 6th day. Prayer was made for rain. 14th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 17th day. Prince Katsuraki of the 4th rank died. 8th month, 1st day. The emperor ordered that the various houses should send tribute of women. 11th day. The emperor went to Hatsus and held a banquet by the Todoroki pool. Before this, the emperor had addressed an edict to the princes and ministers, saying, "In addition to the usual riding, horses let there be got ready other good horses which can be furnished whenever called for." Accordingly, on the day on which he returned to the palace from Hatsus, he inspected the spare good horses of the ministers at the roadside by the post station of Tomi, and made them all try their speed. 22nd day. Ashikatsu, Katsura no Miyako, presented to the emperor auspicious stalks of grain. Though from various plots, they had similar ears. 25th day. Prince Oake died. 9th month, 6th day. The envoys sent to Silla returned and paid their respects at court. 23rd day. The envoys sent to Koryar and the envoys sent to Tamna returned and paid their respects at court together. Winter, 10th month, 2nd day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "We are informed that of late there have been in the town many persons guilty of crimes of violence. Now this is the fault of the princes and ministers. Sometimes, when they hear of such criminals, they find it too much trouble, so they put up with them and do not suppress them. Sometimes when they see such wicked men, out of negligence they conceal the fact and do not correct them. Now if they chastise them when seen or heard of, is it likely that there would be crimes of violence? This being so, if there be in future no shirking of trouble or negligence, if those in higher stations punish the offenses of those beneath them, and if those in lower stations remonstrate with their superiors when they are guilty of violence, then the country will be well governed." 11th day. There was an earthquake. 13th day. The emperor made regulations for the style of priests and nuns, and for the colors of the priestly garb, also for the character of their suites of men and horses when passing along the streets. 17th day. Silla sent Kim Hang, Ha of Asan rank and Salnayu, Seng of Sasan rank with tribute. The tribute consisted of such things as gold, silver, iron, sacrificial cauldrons with 3 feet, brocade, cloth, hides, horses, dogs, mules, and camels, more than 10 kinds in all. There were also, distinct from these, presents for the emperor, the empress consort, and the prince imperial of gold, silver, swords, flags, and the like, a certain number of each. In the course of this month, the emperor made a decree, saying, "Ordinarily priests and nuns reside within their temples and observe the 3 precious things. In the case of aged persons, however, or those who by disease are permanently confined to bed in a narrow chamber, of those in short whose old age or ill health allows them no facility of movement, places which should be pure are made impure. For this reason, let all such persons in future apply each to relations or friends to build for them in vacant spaces 1 or 2 dwellings where the aged can be nourished and the sick take medicine." 11th month, 14th day. There was an earthquake. 23rd day. Sura Yamato no Yumikahib no Miyako, of lower Daiatsu rank, was sent to Tangashima as chief envoy, and Ko Kan Kami no Tsukuri, of lower Sho Atsu rank, as junior envoy. Accordingly, 1 grade of rank was bestowed on them. In this month, barriers were constructed for the first time on Mount Tatsuda and Mount Ohasaka. Moreover, Naniha built an outer line of fortifications. 12th month, 2nd day. In consequence of the auspicious stalks of grain, presents were made to the princes of the blood, the princes, the ministers, and the public functionaries, each according to his rank. There was an amnesty for all offenses from capital crimes downwards. In this year, the district of Edo, in the province of Ki, sent tribute of the herb of long life. It resembled a mushroom in appearance. Its stem was 1 foot long, and its crown 2 spans in circumference. Moreover, the province of Inaba sent tribute of auspicious rice, each stem of which had branches. AD 680. 9th year, spring, 1st month, 8th day. The emperor occupied the little opposite palace, where he gave a banquet to the princes and ministers in the court of the Great Hall. On this day he granted a surname to Kabuto, Imbe no Abido, and called him Muraji. Accordingly, he presented his joyful acknowledgments along with his younger brother Shikabuchi. 17th day. All from the princes of the blood, down to the officials of shogun rank, engaged in archery at the Smith Gate. 20th day. It was reported from the province of Setsu that at the village of Ikuta, peach trees and plum trees had borne fruit. 2nd month, 18th day. A sound resembling that of drums was heard in the eastern quarter. 26th day. There was a man who said, "I got a deer horn on Mount Katsuraki." This horn branches into two at the root. It is united at the end and has flesh, over which flesh there is hair. The hair is 1 inch in length. Thinking this wonderful, I offer it as a present to the emperor. It was, perhaps, the horn of a lin. 27th day. 8 Scylla laborers were sent back to their own country. The emperor graciously bestowed presents on them, varying in the case of each. 3rd month, 10th day. The province of Setsu sent tribute of a white shitoto. 23rd day. The emperor went to Aki in Yuta. Summer, 4th month, 10th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 11th day. A fire broke out in the nuns' quarters of the Takebana temple. 10 rooms were burnt. 25th day. The Scylla envoys hang. Na and his companions were entertained in Tsukashi and received presents each according to his rank. In this month, an imperial decree was issued as follows. Henceforward let all temples, with the exception of the 2 or 3 great national temples, cease to be administered by officials. But for those which hold a sustenance, fief, a limit from first to last of 30 years is fixed. This will be discontinued when, upon calculating the years, the number of 30 is completed. Moreover, the temple of Asukadura ought not to be included in those administered by officials, but as it was originally a great temple, always administered by officials, and has also done good service formerly for these reasons, it is still retained in the class of officially administered temples. 5th month, 1st day. By order of the emperor, coarse silk, floss silk, raw silk, and cloth were bestowed on the 24 temples within the capital, the amount varying in each case. On this day, the expounding of the Kan, Kwo Myo Sutra, was begun in the palace and in the various temples. 13th day. Courier sent Mayo, Mun of the Southern Division, as chief envoy, Chayun Turk, who was T. Kyurng of the Western Division, and others with tribute. Accordingly, Scylla sent Ko Na of T. Nama rank to escort the courier envoys Mayo, Mun, and the others to Tsukashi. 21st day. Tsunade, Hadano Miyako of Lower Dakin rank, died. On account of his services during the year Mizunoi Saru, he received the posthumous rank of Upper Dakin. 27th day. Moro, Hashikawa no Omi of Middle Shakin rank, died. On account of his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, he received the posthumous rank of Daishi. 6th month, 5th day. The Scylla guests, Hang Na and his colleagues, returned to their own country. 8th day. There was a rain of ashes. 14th day. There was a great thunderstorm. Autumn, 7th month, 1st day. A branch of the Tsuki tree, west of the temple of Asuka, broke of itself and fell. 5th day. On this day there was prayer for rain. 8th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 10th day. A red bird perched on the southern gate. 17th day. Kamaro, Yanoe no Muraji, was granted the rank of Lower Shakin. 20th day. Kacho, priest of the temple of Asuka, died. The imperial princes Ohatsu and Takeshai were sent on a visit of condolence. 23rd day. Ayatoko, Miyake no Muraji of Lower Shakin rank, died. On account of his services during the year Mizunoi Saru, he was given the posthumous rank of Lower Dakin. 25th day. Prince Tonri of the 5th rank, who held the joint offices of Nagan and Minister of the Household, took ill and was on the point of death, so the imperial Prince Takechai was sent to ask after him. He died the next day. The emperor was greatly shocked and sent the imperial princes Takechai and Kahashima to be present at his temporary interment and to make lament for him. The public functionaries followed their example and made lamentation. 8th month, 5th day. The officials of the Department of Law gave tribute of auspicious stalks of grain. Beginning on this day, for 3 days there was rain with floods. 14th day. There was a storm which broke trees and damaged houses. 9th month, 9th day. The emperor visited Asatsuma. Accordingly, he inspected the horses of the officials from the rank of Daisen downwards at Nagara no Mori. He also had archery practiced on horseback. 23rd day. There was an earthquake. 27th day. Prince Kyuhachi died in his private residence. Winter, 10th month, 4th day. The emperor commiserated the needy common people and also the monks and nuns of the temples within the capital and gave them alms. Each monk and nun received 4 hiki of coarse silk, 4 bundles of floss silk, and 6 tan of cloth, while the shami and those in white garments received each 2 hiki of coarse silk, 2 bundles of floss silk, and 4 tan of cloth. 11th month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 3rd day. There was a brightness in the east from the hour of the dog to the hour of the rat. 4th day. 19 men of courier returned to their own country. These were condolence envoys who came over on the occasion of the mourning for the later Akamoto Empress. They had been detained and had not yet taken their departure. 7th day. The emperor issued an edict to the officials, saying, "If anyone knows of any means of benefiting the state or of increasing the welfare of the people, let him appear in court and make a statement in person. If what he says is reasonable, his ideas will be adopted and embodied in regulations." 10th day. There was thunder in the west. 12th day. The empress consort was unwell. Having made a vow on her behalf, began the erection of the temple of Yakushiji and made 100 persons enter religion as priests. In consequence of this, she recovered her health. On this day, an amnesty was granted. 16th day. There was an eclipse of the moon. The imperial prince Kusakabe was sent to pay a visit of inquiry to the priest Yemio. On the following day, priest Yemio died, and the 3 imperial princes were sent to make a visit of condolence. 24th day. Silla sent Kimya, Phil of Sassen rank, and Kim Wern Seung of T Nama rank to offer tribute. 3 student interpreters arrived in the suite of Phil. 26th day. The emperor took ill. For this reason, 100 persons were made to enter religion as priests, and he presently recovered. 30th day. Bramblings covered the sky, flying from south, east to north, west. AD 681. 10th year, spring, 1st month, 2nd day. Offerings were distributed to the gods of heaven and earth. 3rd day. The various functionaries paid their respects at court. 7th day. The emperor occupied the opposite little hall and gave a banquet there. On this day, the princes of the blood and the princes were introduced into the inner reception chamber, while the ministers were all in attendance in the outer reception chamber. For both alike sake was provided, and a musical performance given. On this occasion, Oho, Gada, Kusakabe no Kishi of Upper Daisen rank was granted the rank of Lower Dakin, and the title was bestowed on him of Naniha no Muraji. 11th day. By an imperial decree, Ihizumi Sakahide no Muraji was granted a fief of 60 houses and received a present of 30 pieces of coarse silk, 150 kin of floss silk, 150 tan of cloth, and 100 mattocks. 17th day. All from the princes of the blood, down to the rank of shogun, had archery in the court. 19th day. Orders were given to the home and other provinces to repair the heavenly and earthly shrines. 25th day. The emperor and empress consort took their places together in the great hall of audience, and having summoned before them the princes of the blood, the princes and the ministers, addressed them as follows. It is our desire now anew to enact regulations and to reform the laws. Do ye therefore join with us in executing this enterprise? But if we were to proceed suddenly with this business, affairs of state would suffer. It will therefore be proper to make a division of men before going on. On this day, His Highness the Imperial Prince Kusakabe was made Prince Imperial and was accordingly associated with the Emperor in the conduct of the myriad machinery of state. 29th day. The Lady Abe died. 30th day. Toyohama Tahama no Kimi of Shoshi rank died. 3rd month, 3rd day. The Lady Abe was buried. 16th day. Of lower days in rank, to commit to writing a chronicle of the emperors, and also of matters of high antiquity. Ohashima and Kabuto took the pen in hand themselves, and made notes. 20th day. There was an earthquake. 24th day. The emperor took his place by the well of the new palace, made trial of the sounds of drums and flutes, and caused them to be practiced in harmony. Summer 4th month, 2nd day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 3rd day. A prohibitory law in 92 articles was established, and was accordingly promulgated with the following words. The costumes of all from the princes of the blood down to the common people, and the wearing of gold and silver, pearls and jewels, purple, brocade, embroidery, fine silks, together with woolen carpets, head, dresses and girdles, as well as all kinds of colored stuffs, are regulated according to a scale the details of which are given in the written edict. 12th day. The title of Muraji was granted to Wakata, Nishikori no Miyako, Yashimaru, Tawi no Ata, Mukutari and Ihikatsu, Sujita no Kurando, Agata, Kahachi no Ata, Kagami, Ashinomi no Miyako, Yashimaru, Aratawu no Atas, Momoya and Ashidzuki, Owakoma no Miyako, Tatsumaro, Yamato no Atath, Ohashima, Kadob no Atath, Ohei, Shishibito no Miyako, and Yamashiro no Koma no Ikamaro, 14 persons in all. 17th day. An entertainment was given in Tsukushi to the courier guests Mayo, Mun and his people. Each received presents according to his rank. 5th month, 11th day. Worship was paid to the august spirit of the emperor grandfather. On this day the emperor issued a decree, saying, "The deference paid by public functionaries to the palace officials is far too great. Sometimes they go to their doors and address their plaints to them. Sometimes they pay court to their houses by offerings of presents. If there should be any such cases in future, the offenders will be punished according to circumstances." 26th day. Mayo, Mun of Courier, took his departure. 6th month, 5th day. The Silla guest Phil was entertained in Tsukushi. He received presents varying in the case of each. 17th day. Prayer was made for rain. 24th day. There was an earthquake. Autumn, 7th month, 1st day. A red sparrow was seen. 4th day. Tsukura, Uname no Omi of lower Shokin rank, was sent to the land of Silla as chief envoy, and Tate, Tahama no Kimi, as junior envoy. On this day Hirotari, Saheki no Muraji of lower Shokin rank, was sent as chief envoy to the land of Courier, and Maro, Woharita no Omi, as junior envoy. 10th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 30th day. Orders were given to the whole empire to hold a great purification ceremony. At this time, The miyako of each province supplied one slave to the shrine of purification, and thus did purification. Intercalary 7th month, 15th day. In fulfillment of a vow of the Empress, consort a great feast of vegetable fare was given, and the sutras were expounded in all the temples of the capital. 8th month, 11th day. A notification was made to the people of the Three Han, saying, "On a former day, your taxes were remitted for a period of 10 years, which have now come to an end. In addition to this, all forced labor is remitted for a period of 10 years to you who accepted our rule, and also to your children and grandchildren who accompanied you in the first year." 11th day. Michichi, Kamatsukanu no Kimi, of lower Dakin rank, died. 16th day. The province of Ise sent tribute of a white owl. 20th day. The envoys sent to Tangashima presented a map of that island. This country is more than 5,000 rai distant from the capital, and lies in the middle of the sea south of Tsukushi. The inhabitants cut off their hair and wear garments of grass. Rice is always abundant. With one sowing, there are 2 harvests. The products of the island are Cape jasmine and bulrushes. There are also numerous marine products of different kinds. On this day, Phil took his departure for his own country. 9th month, 3rd day. The envoys sent to Courier and Silla arrived together and paid their respects to the emperor. 5th day. The province of Suwo presented a red tortoise, which was let loose in the pond of the palace of Shima. 9th day. A decree was issued as follows: let all houses in which a senior member has not yet been fixed each decide upon a senior member and report to the controlling department. 14th day. An entertainment was given to the men of Tangashima on the river bank, west of the temple of Asuka. Various kinds of music were performed. 16th day. A comet appeared. 17th day. The planet Mars entered the moon. Winter, 10th month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 18th day. There was an earthquake. 20th day. Silla sent Kim Ch Hyung, firing an Il-Kil son of Sa Turk and Kim Il-Sia of the rank of T Nama to bring tribute, which consisted of such things as gold, silver, copper, iron, brocade, thin silk, deer skins, and fine cloth, a certain quantity of each. Separately they brought presents for the emperor, the empress consort, and for the senior prince of such things as gold, silver, flags of haze, brocade, and skins, a certain quantity of each. 25th day. The emperor issued a decree as follows: let all, from those of Daisen rank down to Shokin, each declare their views. In this month the emperor intended to hunt on the Plain of Heroes. A temporary palace had been constructed, and his baggage made ready, but in the end the imperial car did not proceed thither. Only those from the rank of princes of the blood, down to the ministers, all stayed at Karanoichi, and inspected the equipage and the saddle, horses. The Dabu from the rank of Shokin upwards all sat in order under a tree, while those of the rank of Daisen and under mounted on horseback themselves, and passed together along the highway from south to north. Silla envoys came and announced the death of the king of that country. 11th month, 2nd day. There was an earthquake. 12th month, 10th day. Kabaito, Kahib no Omi of lower Shokin rank, was sent to Tsukushi to entertain Ch Hyung, firing the Silla guest. 29th day. Kanachi Tanaka no Omi, Saru, Kakimoto no Omi, Kuniwoshi, Tanib no Muraji, Maro, Takamoku no Omi, Mabito, Ahata no Omi, Maro, Mononobe no Muraji, Owashima, Nakatomi no Muraji, Karinu, Son no Muraji, and Chitoko, Fumi no Atath. 10 persons in all received the rank of lower Shokin. On this day, Nukamashi, Tonri no Miyako, and Chitoko, Fumi no Atath, were granted the title of Muraji. AD. 682. 11th year, spring, 1st month, 9th day. Nukamushi, Tonri no Miyako, of Daisen rank, was given the rank of lower shakin. 11th day. Kim Ch Hyung, firing was entertained in Tsukushi. 18th day. The Lady Higami died within the palace. 19th day. There was an earthquake. 27th day. The Lady Higami was buried at Akaho. 2nd month, 12th day. Kim Ch Hyung, firing returned to his own country. In this month, Nukamushi, Tonri no Miyako, of lower shakin rank, died. In view of his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, he received the posthumous rank of upper dakin. 3rd month, 1st day. Prince Mino, of Shoshi rank, the debut of the household department, and others were sent to Nihongi to examine the conformation of the ground. It was accordingly resolved to have the capital there. 2nd day. 22 Yamishi of the province of Michinoku were granted dignities. 7th day. There was an earthquake. 13th day. By command of the emperor, Aihashiki, Sakahide no Mureji invented afresh new characters, 1 book in 44 volumes. 16th day. The emperor visited Nihongi. 28th day. The emperor issued a decree forbidding henceforward all from the princes of the blood, down to the public functionaries, to wear caps of rank, aprons, lined garments, and habaki, and also forbidding the stewards and unime of the palace to wear shoulder straps or scarves. On this day, a decree was addressed to all from the princes of the blood down to the ministers who had been granted sustenance, fiefs, discontinuing all such fiefs, and directing that they should be returned to the state. In this month, mate, Heise no Mureji died. For his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, he was granted the posthumous rank of upper dakin. Summer, 4th month, 9th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 21st day. Shima Tajihi no Mabito, viceroy of Tsukushi, and others sent tribute of a large bell. 22nd day. Itaka, Kina, and others, Yamishi of Koshi, requested 7,000 families of captives in order to constitute a district. Their request was granted. 23rd day. The emperor made a decree, saying, henceforth all persons whatsoever, men or women, must tie up their hair. This is to be completed not later than the 30th day of the 12th month. But for the date of tying up the hair, let a further imperial notification be awaited. It was from this time that the practice began of women riding on horseback like men. 5th month, 12th day. The Yamato no Ayano Etath were granted the title of Mureji. 16th day. The chief envoy to courier, Hirotari, Saheki no Mureji, and the junior envoy, Maro, Woharita no Omi, reported to the palace the results of their mission. 27th day. The Yamato no Ayano Etath, male and female, all presented themselves. They were rejoiced at the grant of a title and paid their respects to the emperor. 6th month, 1st day. The king of couriers sent Cho Yu, Kui, Nu Mo Churl and T Ko Mayo, Ka, of the lower division, with tribute of the products of the country. Accordingly, Silla sent Kim Seurk, Kwai of T Nama rank, to escort the courier envoys to Tsukushi. 6th day. Men and women began to tie up their hair. They accordingly wore caps of varnished gauze. 12th day. Prince Yegiri of the 5th rank died. Autumn, 7th month, 3rd day. Hayato came in numbers with tribute of the productions of their country. On this day, the Hayato of Ohasumi and the Hayato of Ata wrestled in the court. The Ohasumi Hayato had the victory. 9th day. Maro, Kashihide no Omi, of Middle Shakin rank, took ill. His Highness the Imperial Prince Kusakabe, and the imperial Prince Takechai were sent to make kind inquiry as to his illness. 11th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 17th day. There was an earthquake. 18th day. Maro Kashihide no Omi died. The emperor was shocked and lamented greatly. 21st day. For his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, Maro no Omi was granted the posthumous rank of Daishi and presents were given. The empress consort also bestowed gifts, which moreover were similar to those granted by the government. 25th day. Presents of various values were given to men of Tain, of Yaku, and of Amami. 27th day. The Hayato were entertained west of the Asuka temple. Music of various kinds was performed, and presents given them varying in value in the case of each. The Buddhist priests and laity all came to look on. On this day it was reported from the provinces both of Shinano and Kibai that frost had fallen, moreover that owing to storms the 5 grains had not formed. 8th month, 1st day. All from the princes of the blood, down to the ministers were each made to bring forward matters suitable for framing regulations. 3rd day. The courier guests were entertained in Tsukushi. On this evening at twilight, a great star passed from the east to the west. 5th day. Laws were drawn up. There was a great rainbow within the palace. 11th day. A thing appeared in shape like a Buddhist baptismal flag and of a flame color. It floated through the void towards the north and was seen by all the provinces. Some said that it sank into the Sea of Koshi. On this day, a white vapor arose on the eastern mountain, 4 fathoms in size. 12th day. There was a great earthquake, th day. The viceroy of Tsukushi reported that there was a sparrow with 3 legs. 17th day. There was another earthquake. On this day, there was a rainbow at dawn right in the middle of the sky and opposite to the sun. 22nd day. The emperor issued an edict, the character of ceremonies and language. He decreed further, saying, "Let the lineage and character of all candidates for office be always inquired into before a selection is made. None whose lineage is insufficient are eligible for appointment, even although their character, conduct, and capacity may be unexceptionable." 28th day. On account of the illness of the imperial princess Hidaka, an imperial command was given for the pardon of 190 persons of both sexes who were guilty of capital or lesser crimes. 29th day. More than 140 persons renounced the world in the great temple of the Great Palace. 9th month, 2nd day. By imperial command, ceremonial kneeling and crawling were both abolished from this time forward, and the ceremonial custom of standing of the Naniha court was again practiced. 11th day. At midday, several hundreds of cranes appeared in the quarter of the Great Palace and soared aloft in the void. After 2 hours, they all dispersed. Winter, 10th month, 8th day. A great revel was held. 11th month, 16th day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "Hear this, all ye princes of the blood, princes and ministers, as well as ye common people. In regard to trials for offenses against the law, whether within the palace or in the court, let examination be made at the place where the offense has been committed as soon as seen or heard of, and let there be no concealment. In the case of grave crimes, let those which should be referred to a superior be so referred, and when arrest is proper, let the offender be seized. If any resist and are not arrested, raise the soldiers of the place and arrest them. To those judged deserving of flogging there may be administered not more than 100 blows, to be determined according to a scale. Moreover, when the facts of a crime are undeniable, and the accused falsely states that he is innocent, and does not admit the justice of the charge, but disputes with the prosecutor, let his original offense be superadded to this. 12th month, 3rd day. A decree was issued as follows. Let the people of every house each determine who shall be the senior member of the house, and make report accordingly. Moreover, in cases where there are numerous members of the same house, let them divide and each part determine who shall be its own senior member, all reporting at the same time to the proper officials, who shall thereupon weigh the facts and deal with the matter. Such official decisions must be accepted. And let no one, for trifling reasons, hastily include in his house persons who do not belong to it. A.D. 683. 12th year, spring, 1st month, 2nd day. The functionaries paid their respects at court. The viceroy of Tsukushi, Shima, Tajihi no Mabito, and others presented tribute of a 3-legged sparrow. All from the princes of the blood, down to the ministers, were invited in front of the great hall of audience, and a banquet given them. On this occasion, the 3-legged sparrow was shown to the ministers. 18th day. The emperor issued a decree, saying, "This is the ordinance of us, the Emperor Yamato Nikko, who rule as a god incarnate the great 8 regions. Hear it, all ye governors of provinces, Kuni no Miyako, governors of districts and common people. Ever since we first rose to the vast dignity, there have been auspicious signs from heaven, not 1 or 2 only, but many. Now we learn by tradition that auspicious signs from heaven come as a response when the principles of administering the government are in harmony with the laws of heaven. That they should appear repeatedly every year in this our reign is, on the one hand, matter for awe, and on the other, matter for rejoicing. Therefore the princes of the blood, the princes, with the ministers and functionaries, as well as the people of the empire, join with us in our joy. Accordingly, presents were made to all from the rank of shogun upwards, each according to his rank, and all crimes were pardoned from capital offenses downwards. Moreover, all forced labor was remitted to the common people. On this day there was a performance in the court of the Woharita dance, and of the music of the 3 countries of Korea, Pekshe and Silla. 2nd month, 1st day. The imperial prince Ohatsu, for the first time, attended to matters of state. 3rd month, 2nd day. On the occasion of making appointments to the offices of Sojo, Sadzu, and Rishi, the emperor gave command, saying, "Let those who have general control over the priests and nuns act according to the law," etc., etc. 19th day. The envoys sent to Tain returned. Summer, 4th month, 15th day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "Henceforth copper coins must be used and not silver coins." 18th day. A decree was issued, saying, "Let the use of silver be not discontinued." 21st day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 6th month, 3rd day. Yumakura, Ohatomo no Muraji, died. The emperor was much shocked and sent Prince Hatsus on a visit of condolence. The emperor manifested a loving recognition of his zeal during the year Mizunoi Saru and of the services of his ancestors at all times, and granted him the posthumous title of Daishi and burial with beat of drum and blowing of horns. 6th day. Prince Takazaka of the 3rd rank died. Autumn, 7th month, 4th day. The emperor went to the house of the Princess Kagami, Heim, and made kind inquiry as to her illness. 5th day. Princess Kagami, Heim, died. In this summer, priests and nuns were for the first time invited to the palace for a retreat. Accordingly, 30 persons of pure conduct were selected, who renounced the world. 15th day. Prayer was made for rain. 18th day. The emperor made a tour in the capital. 20th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. From this month, a drought began which lasted till the 8th month. A Buddhist priest of Pekshe, named Dozo prayed for rain and obtained it. 8th month, 5th day. A general amnesty was ordered throughout the empire. Wafukehi, Owatomo no Muraji, died. For his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, he was granted the posthumous rank of Middle Dakin. 9th month, 2nd day. There was a great storm. 23rd day. The title of Muraji was granted to 38 houses, viz. Kehis no Tonri no Miyako, Yamato no Mimakahi no Miyako, Kahachi no Mimakahi no Miyako, Kibumi no Miyako, Kamatsu no Miyako, Magari Hakadzukiri no Miyako, Isanakamaib no Miyako, Takara Himitsuri no Miyako, Hasitsukib no Miyako, Anahob no Miyako, Shurgabe no Miyako, Ashinomi no Miyako, Hatsukase no Miyako, Fumi no Abaido, Wohitsus no Miyako, Kudara no Miyako, and Katarahi no Miyako. Winter, 10th month, 5th day. The title of Muraji was granted to 14 houses, viz. Miyake no Kishi, Kusakabe no Kishi, Hoki no Miyako, Fun no Fubido, Iki no Fubido, Sarara no Mimakahi no Miyako, Uno no Mimakahi no Miyako, Yoshino no Abaido, Kai no Sakabito no Ata, Uname no Miyako, Atogi no Fubido, Take Shai no Agatanashi, Shiki no Agatanashi, and Kagami, Dizukuri no Miyako. 13th day. The emperor went hunting to Kurahashi. 11th month, 4th day. An imperial command was given to all the provinces to engage in military training. 13th day. Silla sent Kim Chu, San of Sasan rank, and Kim Chang Kai of T Nama rank to offer tribute. 12th month, 23rd day. The emperor sent Prince Issei, of the 5th rank of princes, Yakuni, Hada no Kimi, of lower Dakin rank, Hamachi, Ohoshi no Omi, of lower Shokin rank, Ohashima, Nakatomi no Muraji, of lower Shokin rank, with hangmen, clerks, and artisans, to make a tour through the empire and determine the boundaries of the provinces. They were unable, however, to determine them all this year. 17th day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "Let all civil and military officials, and all persons of rank in the home provinces, not fail to present themselves at court in the 4 first months. If owing to mortal disease they cannot attend, let the officials whose duty it is to do so prepare a full report and forward it to the judicial authorities." He further made a decree, saying, "The capital and palace should not be in one place only. They must be constructed in several places. We therefore wish first of all to make the capital at Naniha. Let the public functionaries therefore each proceed thither and apply for sites for houses." AD 684. 13th year, spring, 1st month, 17th day. The title of Muraji was granted to the 2 houses of Mino, no Agatanashi, and Kurando no Kinanuhi no Miyako. 23rd day. The emperor, taking his place in the eastern court with the ministers in attendance, sent for men skilled in archery, with dwarfs and palace attendants, and made them shoot. 2nd month, 24th day. Kim Chu, San was entertained in Tsukashi. 28th day. The emperor sent Prince Heroes of Jo, Quo Shi rank, and Yasumaro, Ohatomo no Muraji of Middle Shokin rank, with hangmen, clerks, professors of the Inn and Yo, and artisans to the home provinces, to determine by divination a site suitable for the capital. On this day, Prince Mino, Tsukura, Unime no Omi, of lower Shokin rank, and others were sent to Shinano to inspect the conformation of the ground, perhaps with the object of having a capital there. 3rd month, 8th day. Yumi, Ube no Ata, a man of Yoshino, sent tribute of a white camellia. 9th day. The emperor made a visit to the capital and decided on the site for a palace. 23rd day. Kim Chu, San returned to his own country. Summer, 4th month, 5th day. All persons with sentences of not more than lesser banishment were pardoned. 13th day. Worship was paid to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 20th day. Maro Takamuku no Omi, of lower Shokin rank, was sent as chief envoy to Silla, and Tsuno no Omi, of lower Shozen rank, as junior envoy. Intercalary 4th month, 5th day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "We have resolved to hold an inspection in the 9th month of next year. We therefore prescribe the conduct and the state of the public functionaries." A further edict was made, as follows: "In a government, military matters are the essential thing. All civil and military officials should therefore sedulously practice the use of arms and riding on horseback. Be careful to provide an adequate supply of horses, weapons, and articles of personal costume. Those who have horses shall be made cavalry soldiers. Those who have none shall be infantry soldiers. Both shall receive training. Let no obstacle be thrown in the way of their assembling for this purpose. If any person disobeys this edict, if he does not provide a horse and weapons, or if his costume is defective, all such persons, from princes of the blood down to ministers, shall be fined. Those from the rank of Dazen down, who deserve to be fined, shall be fined. Those who deserve flogging shall be flogged. But if by diligent practice they succeed in learning their duties, they shall have their punishment diminished by 2 degrees, even in the case of those guilty of capital crimes. Anyone, however, who purposely offends in reliance on his own cleverness is not included among those eligible for pardon." A further edict was made as follows: "As to the clothing of both men and women, it is left to the wearer's option whether they have suzutsuki or not, and also ties or tassels. But on the occasion of assemblies, those who wear suzutsuki should also have tassels. In the case of men, however, those who have yaboshi should wear them, and at the same time lace trousers. Women of 40 years of age or upwards are allowed to tie up their hair or not, and to ride astride or side, saddle just as they please. A distinction is made in the case of practicers of magic, who are excepted from the rule for tying up the hair." 11th day. Prince Mino and his colleagues presented a map of the province of Shinano. 16th day. A vegetarian feast was prepared within the palace. A pardon was accordingly given to the Tonri, who had been guilty of offenses. 24th day. The Buddhist priest Fukuyo of Asukadura was condemned and thrown into prison. 29th day. Fukuyo committed suicide by cutting his throat. 5th month, 14th day. The priests, nuns, and laity who had emigrated from Pekshe, men and women, altogether 23 persons, were all settled in the province of Musashi. 28th day. Nanihamaro, Miwa no Hikita no Kimi, was sent to courier as chief envoy, and Hitotari, Kuwabara no Mureji, as junior envoy. 6th month, 4th day. Prayer was offered for rain. Autumn, 7th month, 4th day. The emperor visited heroes. 9th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 23rd day. A comet appeared in the north, west, more than 10 feet long. Winter, 10th month, 1st day. The emperor made a decree, saying, "The hereditary titles of all the families are again reformed, and 8 titles of 8 classes instituted. By this means, the multitudinous titles of the empire are amalgamated. The first is Mabido, the second Asan, the third Sukyun, the fourth Emiki, the fifth Michinoshi, the sixth Omi, the seventh Mureji, and the 8th Inaki. On this day, 13 houses received the title of Mabido, viz. Moriyama no Kimi, Michai no Kimi, Takahashi no Kimi, Mikuni no Kimi, Tahama no Kimi, Ibaraki no Kimi, Tajihi no Kimi, Wina no Kimi, Sakata no Kimi, Hada no Kimi, Akanaga no Kimi, Sakabito no Kimi, and Yamaji no Kimi. 3rd day. Prince Is and his colleagues were sent to determine the boundaries of the provinces. On this day, Tatsuki, Agata no Yukahi no Mureji, was sent to Tamna as chief envoy, and Kane, Kahabara no Mureji, as junior envoy. 14th day. At the hour of the boar, there was a great earthquake. Throughout the country, men and women shrieked aloud, and knew not east from west. Mountains fell down and rivers gushed forth. The official buildings of the provinces and districts, the barns and houses of the common people, the temples, pagodas, and shrines were destroyed in numbers which surpass all estimate. In consequence, many of the people and of domestic animals were killed or injured. The hot springs of Iyo were dried up at this time and ceased to flow. In the province of Tosa, more than 500 shiro of cultivated land were swallowed up and became sea. Old men said that never before had there been such an earthquake. On this night, a rumbling noise like that of drums was heard in the east. Some said that the island of Idzu had increased of itself on two sides, the north and west, to the extent of more than 300 rods, and that a new island had been formed. The noise like that of drums was the sound made by the gods in constructing this island. 16th day. Presents were made to the princes and ministers. 11th month, 1st day. The title of Asan was granted to 52 houses, viz. Zakurabe no Omi, Kishida no Omi, Takamuko no Omi, Shishibito no Omi, Kyum no Omi, Inugami no Kimi, Kamidzuku no Kimi, Sunu no Omi, Hashikaha no Omi, Oho no Omi, Madagata no Kimi, Kura Mamachi no Kimi, Aya no Kimi, Shimoji no Omi, Iga no Omi, Abe no Omi, Hayashi no Omi, Hami no Omi, Shimidzuku no Kimi, Sami no Kimi, Kai Mori no Omi, Ohono no Kimi, Sakamoto no Omi, Aikta no Kimi, Tamate no Omi, and Kasa no Omi. 3rd day. The governor of the province of Tosa reported that owing to a great tide which rose high, and an overflowing rush of sea, water, many of the ships used for conveying tribute had been sunk and lost. 21st day. At dusk, the 7 stars drifted together to the northeast and sank. 23rd day. At sunset, a star fell in the quarter of the east, as large as a jar. At the hour of the dog, the constellations were wholly disordered, and stars fell like rain. During this month, there was a star which shot up in the zenith and proceeded along with the Pleiades until the end of the month, when it disappeared. 12th month, 2nd day. The title of Sukyun was granted to 50 houses, viz. Tame no Mureji, Chihisakob no Mureji, Uji no Mureji, Waitsukahi no Mureji, Ama no Inukahi no Mureji, Hashibito no Mureji, Yuzum no Mureji, Mino no Mureji, Morohi no Omi, and Furu no Mureji. 6th day. Wohai Hashi no Sukyun and Hosen Shirawi no Fubito, who had gone to the land of Great Thang for study, and also Kabaito Witsukahi no Mureji, and Tokyuko, Tsukashi no Miake no Mureji, who had been carried off to Great Thang during the Pekshe campaign, arrived by way of Silla. Accordingly, Silla sent Kim Mul, Yu of T, Nama rank, to escort Wohai and the others to Tsukashi. 13th day. There was a general pardon to all criminals, except those guilty of capital crimes. In this year, it was notified to the 4 provinces of Iga, Ise, Mino, and Wohari that for the future, in years of payment of commuted taxes, forced labor would be remitted, and in years of forced labor, the commuted taxes would be remitted. The lower district of Katsuraki in Yamato reported that there was a fowl with 4 legs. Moreover, the district of Higami in the province of Tamba reported that there was a calf with 12 horns. AD 685. 14th year, spring, 1st month, 2nd day. The public functionaries paid their respects at court. 21st day. The styles of official ranks were reformed and new grades added. There were 2 grades of Mayo, I, and 4 grades of Jo, I, each grade being distinguished into Dai and Quo, so as to form 12 grades in all. The above were for persons not below the rank of princes. Next there were 4 grades of Sho, I, 4 grades of Jiki, I, 4 grades of Gon, I, 4 grades of Mu, I, 4 grades of Tsui, I, and 4 grades of Shin, I. Each grade was divided into dai and quo, so that there were in all 48 grades. The above were the ranks of high officials. On this day, His Highness the Imperial Prince Kusakabe was granted the rank of Jo, Quo, Ikai, the Imperial Prince Ohatsu the rank of Jo, Dai, Nai, the Imperial Prince Takeshai the rank of Jo, Quo, Nai, the Imperial Prince Kahashima and the Imperial Prince Asakabe the rank of Jo, Dai, San. The princes of inferior rank and the high officials received steps in rank varying in each case. Second month, fourth day. Degrees of rank were granted to men of Great Thang, of Pekshe, and of Courier, 140, 7 persons in all. Third month, 14th day. Kim Mul, Yu was entertained in Tsukashi, and straightway took his departure from there. Accordingly, 7 men of Silla who had been cast away on our coast were delivered to Mul, Yu, and sent back. 16th day. Shitanu, Kos no Asan, of Jiki Dai-san rank, the mayor of the capital, died. 27th day. Orders were sent to all the provinces that in every house a Buddhist shrine should be provided, and an image of Buddha with Buddhist scriptures placed there. Worship was to be paid, and offerings of food made at these shrines. In this month, there was a rain of ashes in the province of Shinano. The herbs and trees all withered up. Summer, 4th month, 4th day. The governor of the province of Ki reported that the hot springs of Muro had dried up and ceased to flow. 12th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 17th day. Kim Chu, San of Silla, took his departure. 25th day. Priests and nuns were for the first time invited to come to the palace for a retreat. 5th month, 5th day. There was archery at the south gate. The emperor visited the temple of Asuka, presented to the Buddha precious objects, and paid him reverence. 19th day. Mabito, Ahata no Asan of Jiki, Daishi rank, offered to transfer his rank to his father, but by an imperial order this was disallowed. On this day, Hiramaro, Tahama no Mabito of Jiki Dai-san rank, died. For his services in the year Mizunoi Saro, he was granted the posthumous rank of Jiki Dai, Ikai. 26th day. Maro, Takamuku no Asan, Ushikahe, Sunu no Asan, and their people arrived back from Silla. Along with them arrived the student priests, Kwanjo and Ungkwan. The king of Silla sent presents of 2 horses, 3 dogs, 2 parrots, 2 magpies, and a variety of valuable objects. 6th month, 20th day. 11 houses were granted the title of Amiki, viz. Yamato no Muraji, Katsuraki no Muraji, Afushi Kahachi no Muraji, Yamashiro no Muraji, Naniha no Muraji, Kai no Sakabito no Muraji, Higashi Aya no Muraji, Nishi Aya no Muraji, Hada no Muraji, Ohasumi no Atath, and Fumi no Muraji. Autumn, 7th month, 21st day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 26th day. The colors of the court costumes for persons of the rank of Mayo, I down to that of Shin, I were now settled for the first time. All persons of the rank of Jo, I and above wore red, those of Sho, I rank deep purple, those of Jiki, I rank light purple, those of Gon, I rank dark green, those of Mu, I rank light green, those of Sui, I rank deep grape color, and those of Shin, I rank light grape color. 27th day. The emperor made a decree saying, all persons of rank in the provinces of the To, San, Do from Mino eastwards, and of the To, Kai, Do from Ise eastwards are absolved from rendering forced labor. 8th month, 12th day. The emperor visited the temple of Jidoji. 13th day. The emperor visited the temple of Kahara and gave alms of rice to the company of priests. 20th day. The envoys sent to Tamna returned. 9th month, 9th day. The emperor gave a banquet in the court of the audience hall of the old palace. On this day, presents of cloth of various values were given to everyone from the Prince Imperial down to the Imperial Prince Asuka. 11th day. Prince Miyotoko, Prince Heroes, Prince Naniha, Prince Takeda, and Prince Mino were sent to the capital and to the home provinces, each to hold an examination of the arms of the militia. 15th day. Commissioner for Tsukashi. Each took with him one hangman and one secretary, and made a tour to inspect the governors of provinces and of districts and the condition of the people. On this day the emperor made a decree, saying, "Let all singers, whether male or female, and all flute players, transmit their art to their descendants, and make them practice singing and the flute." 28th day. The emperor took his place in the great hall of audience, summoned to him the princes and ministers before the hall, and made them gamble. On this day the emperor made presents of the imperial upper garments and trousers to Prince Miyotoko, Prince Naniha, Prince Takeda, Tamatari, Mikuni no Mabito, Ohatomo, Agata no Yukahi no Sukyun, Miyuki, Ohatomo no Sukyun I Hashiki, Sakahibe no Sukyun Hamachi, Oho no Asan, Tsukura, Unime no Asan, and Oshima, Fujiwara no Asan, 10 persons in all. 19th day. The emperor gave presents of polar bear, skins, and of skins of the mountain goat to 48 princes and ministers from the Prince Imperial downwards, of varying value in each case. 20th day. The envoys sent to the land of Courier returned. 24th day. On account of the emperor being unwell, Buddhist scriptures were read for 3 days in the great temple of the Great Palace, and in the temples of Kaihara and Asuka. Rice was accordingly given to these 3 temples, in amounts varying in each case. 27th day. The immigrants from Courier received presents of various amounts. Winter, 10th month, 4th day. The Pekshe priest Seong, HWI, was allowed a fief of 30 houses. This priest was 100 years old. 8th day. Perp Chang, a priest of Pekshe and Ganju, Maisuda no Ata, a lay member of the Buddhist church, were sent to Mino to make an infusion of wokra. They were accordingly given presents of coarse silk, floss silk, and cloth. 10th day. Tarais, Karob no Asan, Nayanomi, Takata no Abido, and Maro, Eridawo no Mureji, were sent to Shinano with instructions to prepare a temporary palace. The intention, probably, was that the emperor should visit the hot springs of Tsukama. 12th day. Prince Hatsus of Jo, Dai Shi rank, Uma Kahai, Kos no Asan of Jiki Quo Shi rank, with hangmen and inferior officers to the number of 20 persons in all, were appointed to carry out the works in the home provinces. 17th day. Prince Is and his colleagues went again to the eastern provinces. They accordingly received presents of upper garments and trousers. In this month, the Kongo, Hanya Sutra, was expounded in the palace. 11th month, 2nd day, 10,000 kin of store iron were sent to the prefecture of Suwo. On the demand of the viceroy of Tsukashi, the following store articles were sent down to Tsukashi, viz. 100 hiki of coarse silk, 100 kin of raw silk, 300 tan of cloth, 400 pieces of tax cloth, 0 kin of iron, and 2,000 bundles of bamboos for making arrows. 4th day. The emperor gave orders to the provinces in all quarters, saying, "All such things as great and small horns, drums, fifes, flags, crossbows, and stone, throwing engines should not be kept in private houses. They should all be stored in the government house of the district." 6th day. The emperor visited the park of Shira, Nishiki. The priests Perp, Chang, and Ganju presented to the emperor an infusion of wokra. On this day, the ceremony of calling on the spirit was performed for the emperor's sake. 27th day. Silla sent Kim Kai Seong of Fa Chin Sun rank and Kim Kern Hun of T Asan rank to request governance and to bring tribute. 12th month, 4th day. The frontier guards sent to Tsukushi were tossed about in mid-ocean, and all lost their clothing. Accordingly, 450 tan of cloth were sent to Tsukushi to make clothing for them. 10th day. There was an earthquake. It began from the west. 16th day. Alms of coarse silk, floss silk, and cloth were given to the priests of the great temple in the great palace. 19th day. The empress consort presented the princes and high officials, to the number of 55 persons, with court costume, 1 suit to each. AD 686. Shacho, first year, spring, first month, second day. The emperor took his place in the great hall of audience and gave a banquet to the princes and high officials. On this day the emperor decreed, saying, "We shall now propose conundrums to the princes and high officials, and we promise prizes to those who give the right answers." Upon this, the imperial Prince Takeshai gave the right answers to the questions and received a present of 3 suits of imperial garments of hari, suri, 2 pairs of brocade trousers, with 20 hiki of coarse silk, 50 kin of raw silk, 100 kin of floss silk, and 100 tan of cloth. Prince Issei also gave right answers, and was presented with 3 suits of black imperial garments, 2 pairs of purple trousers, 7 hiki of coarse silk, 20 kin of raw silk, 40 kin of floss silk, and 40 tan of cloth. On this day Kudara no Nayaki, a man of the province of Setsu, presented to the emperor a white agate. 9th day. An invitation was given to the 3 higher ecclesiastics, the Rishi, and also to the director and clerks of the great temple of the great palace, 9 priests in all, and they were entertained at a lay banquet. Moreover, alms were given them of coarse silk, floss silk, and cloth, varying in value in the case of each. 10th day. The princes and high officials received a present of upper garments and trousers, 1 suit each. 13th day. Men of talent, scholars, professors of philosophy, and physicians, more than 20 persons in all, were summoned to the palace. Food was given them, and presents made to them. 14th day. At the hour of the cock, the treasury department at Naniha took fire, and all the palace was burnt. Some said that the fire broke out in the house of Kusari, Oto no Muraji, and that it spread from there to the palace. But the arsenal offices were not burnt. 16th day. The emperor invited the princes and high officials to a banquet in the great audience hall, and made them presents of coarse silk, floss silk, and cloth, varying according to the rank of each. On this day conundrums were put to the ministers, and more presents of fine and coarse silk given to those who made the right answers on the spot. 17th day. A banquet was given in the Hinder Palace. 18th day. There was a great revel at court. On this day, the emperor took his place in front of the Imperial Muro building and made presents to performers of various values. He also gave presents of clothing to singers. 9th day. There was an earthquake. In this month, Prince Kahachi of Jo, Kwoshi rank, Yasumaro, Owatomo no Sukyun of Jiki, Kwosan rank, Owashima Fujiwara no Asan of Jiki Daishi rank, Kanashiro, Sakahibe no Sukyun of Jiki Kwoshi rank, and Mushimaro, Hatsumi no Asan of Jiki Kwoshi rank, were sent to Tsukushi to entertain Kim Kai, Seong of Silla. 2nd month, 4th day. The emperor took his place in the great reception hall and conferred the rank of Gon, on 6 ministers who attended him personally. 5th day. The emperor commanded that 9 meritorious governors of provinces should be selected, and the rank of Gon, conferred on them. 3rd month, 6th day. Yakuni, Hadanomabito of Jiki, Dai-san rank, holding the office of Daibin, took ill. On his behalf, 3 men entered religion as priests. 10th day. Snow. 25th day. Yakuni, Hadanomabito died. On account of his services in the year Mizunoi Saru, he was granted the posthumous rank of Jiki, Dai, Ikai. Summer, 4th month, 8th day. The rank of Jiki, Quo, she was bestowed on Kato, Kuhabara no Tsukuri, the emperor body physician. He was also granted the title of Mureji. 13th day. For the entertainment of the Scylla guests, the music of the temple of Kahara was transported to Tsukushi. Accordingly, 5,000 sheaves of rice, the private property of the Empress consort palace, were paid to the temple of Kahara. 19th day. The Scylla tribute was brought up from Tsukushi. It consisted of more than 100 articles, including 1 good horse, 1 mule, 2 dogs, vessels of chased gold as well as gold and silver, rose-tinted brocades, silk gauze, tiger and leopard skins, and drugs. Moreover, Kai, Xiang, and Kern, Hun presented separately such things as gold and silver, rose-tinted brocades, silk gauze, vessels of gold, screens, saddles, skins, thin cloth stuffs, and drugs, of each more than 60 kinds. There were separate presents for the Empress, Consort, the Prince Imperial, and the Princes of the Blood, a certain number of articles for each. 27th day. The Imperial Princess Taki, the Princess Yamashiro no Haim, and the Lady Ishikawa were sent to the shrine of Ise. 5th month, 9th day. The Imperial Princess Taki and her companions returned from Ise. On this day, In, a man of Pekshe, the body physician of the emperor, took ill. When he was on the point of death, he was granted the rank of Gon Dai, Ikai, and a fief of 100 houses. 14th day. By imperial command, a fief of 700 houses was granted to the great temple of the Great Palace, and taxes given it to the amount of 30 sheaves. 17th day. Promotion in rank was granted to the officials of the palace. 24th day. The emperor body was ill at ease. Accordingly, the Sutra of Yakushi was expounded in the temple of Kahara, and a retreat was held within the palace. 29th day. Kim Kai, Xiang, and his colleagues were entertained in Tsukushi. Each having received presents of various amounts, they took their departure from Tsukushi. In this month, by imperial command, the Ohatonri of the right and left were sent to cleanse the halls and pagodas of the temples. Accordingly, a general pardon throughout the empire was proclaimed, and the prisons were empty. 6th month, 1st day. Kachimaro, Tsukamoto no Tsukuri, was granted the title of Mureji, raised to the rank of Gon Dai Ikai, and given a fief of 20 houses. 2nd day. Official rank was bestowed on 4 persons, including architects, professors of philosophy, body, physicians of the emperor, students of Great Thang, and 1 or 2 officials. 7th day. A selection was made of 28 functionaries who had rendered good service, and they were promoted in rank. 10th day. It was ascertained by divination that the emperor disease was owing to a curse from the Kyusa Nagi sword. The same day it was sent to the shrine of Atsuda in Wohari and deposited there. 12th day. Prayer was made for rain. 16th day. Prince Ise and a number of officials were sent to the temple of Asuka to communicate to the priests the emperor commands as follows. Of late, our body is ill at ease, and we request that the dread power of the 3 precious things may be invoked in order to obtain repose for our person. Let the Sojo, the Sadzu, and the general body of priests therefore put up prayers. Offerings of rare and valuable things were accordingly made to the 3 precious things. On this day, the 3 higher ecclesiastics, with the rishi and the abbots of the 4 temples, the directors, and the priests of professorial rank then in residence, received each alms of 1 suit of imperial garments and 1 imperial coverlet. 19th day. Public functionaries were sent to the temple of Kahara to exhibit lanterns and make offerings of food. So there was a great vegetarian feast, and repentance was made for sin. 20th day. The priests Hajin and Jisho were granted fiefs of 30 houses each to support them in their old age. 22nd day. The kitchen office at Nabari was burnt. Autumn, 7th month, 2nd day. The emperor commanded that men should again wear leggings, and that women should let down their hair on their backs, as was formerly the practice. On this day, the Sojo and Sadzu came into the palace and performed a penitential service. 3rd day. The emperor commanded the provinces to perform the ceremony of Oho, Barahi. 4th day. Half the commuted taxes were remitted throughout the empire, and all forced labor was dispensed with. 5th day. Offerings were made to Kuni, Gakari no Kami, who dwells in the province of Kii, to the 4 shrines of Asuka, and to the great god of Sumiyoshi. 8th day. 100 priests were invited into the palace and made to read the Kan, Kwo Myo Sutra. 10th day. There was lightning in the south, with a great clap of thunder. The buildings used by the Department of the Interior for the storage of tax, cloth, met with destruction from heaven. Some said that the fire broke out in the palace of the Imperial Prince Asuka, and that it spread to the Department of the Interior. 15th day. The emperor gave orders that all matters of the empire, without distinction of great and small, should be referred to the empress, consort, and the prince imperial. On this day, a general amnesty was granted. 16th day. Worship was paid to the deities of heroes and Tatsuda. 19th day. An imperial edict was issued as follows. Let all common people throughout the empire who, owing to poverty, have contracted debts in rice or in valuables, whether to the state or to private persons, on or before the 30th day of the 12th month of the year, Kenodo Torai be absolved from payment. 22nd day. The style of the year was changed to Shacho, 1st year. The palace was accordingly entitled the Palace of Asuka, no Kiyomihara. 28th day. 70 persons of pure conduct were selected to retire from the world. A feast of vegetable food was provided in the palace in front of the Emperor Muro residence. In this month, the princes and ministers made images of Kwanin for the emperor's sake. Accordingly, the Kwanzi on Sutra was expounded in the great temple of the Great Palace. 8th month, 1st day. For the sake of the emperor, 80 priests were received into religion. 2nd day. Priests and nuns, to the number of 100 in all, entered religion. Accordingly, 100 bisatsu were set up within the palace, and 200 volumes of the Kwanin Sutra read. 9th day. On account of the illness of the emperor, prayer was made to the gods of heaven and earth. 13th day. Ihikatsu, Hada no Amiki, was sent to make offerings to the great god of Tosa. On this day, the Prince Imperial, the Imperial Prince Ohatsu, and the Imperial Prince Takeshai had each 400 houses added to their fiefs. The Imperial Princes Kahashima and Asakabe had each additions of 100 houses. 15th day. The Imperial Princes Shiki and Shigi received additions of 200 houses each. The temples of Hinokuma, Karu, and Ohokubo were each granted fiefs of 100 houses, limited to a term of 30 years. 23rd day. A fief of 200 houses was granted to the Temple of Kos. 9th month, 4th day. All, from the princes of the blood down to the ministers, assembled in the temple of Kehara and put up vows for the emperor illness, etc., etc. 9th day. The emperor disease having shown no sign of abatement, he died in the principal palace. 11th day. Lament was begun for him, and a temporary burial palace erected in the south court. 24th day. The emperor was temporarily interred in the south court, and mourning began. At this time, the imperial Prince Ohatsu conspired against the Prince Imperial. 27th day. At dawn, all the priests and nuns, having made lament in the court of temporary interment, retired. On this day, for the first time, offerings were made at the tomb and eulogies pronounced. Next, Kunimi, Tahama no Mabito of Jiki Dai, San rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the guards of the right and left. Next, Tsukura, Unime no Asan of Jiki Daishi rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the lady officials of the palace. And next, Mabito, Kaino Asan of Jiki Kwo Shi rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the stewards of the palace. 28th day. All the priests and nuns again made lament in the court of temporary interment. And next, Ohashima, Fujiwara no Asan of Jiki Daishi rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the war officials. 29th day. The priests and nuns again raised lament. On this day, Mero, Abe no Kunu no Asan of Jiki Kwoshi rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the Board of Punishments. Next, Yumibari, Kaino Asan of Jiki Kwoshi rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the Department of the Interior. Next, Mushi Mero, Hatsumi no Asan of Jiki Kwoshi rank, pronounced a eulogy regarding the governors of provinces. Next, the Ohasumi no Ada no Hayato and the two Muma, Kahe, Bino Miyako of Yamato and Kahachi each pronounced eulogies. 30th day. The priests and nuns made lament. On this day, the Pekshe Prince Nyang, Yu pronounced a eulogium on behalf of his father, Prince Chern Kwang. Next, the Miyako of the various provinces, as they came, each pronounced his eulogy. There were also performances of all manner of singing and dancing. Bei. Nihongi, The Chronicles of Japan, Chapter 30. The Empress Tiakiyame no Hira Hiro, no Hime. The Empress Takama no Hara Hiro, no Noheim name as a child, was the imperial princess Uno no Sarara. She was the second daughter of the Emperor Aim, Mikoto Hirakasu Wake. Her mother name was Wachi no Iratsum. She was of reserved manners and a liberal disposition. In the third year of the Empress Aim, Toyo Takara Ikashihi Tarashi Haim, she was united to the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito as his consort. Although the daughter of an emperor, she loved courtesy and economy and was possessed of motherly virtues. In the first year of the Emperor Aim, Mikoto Hirakasu Wake, she gave birth to His Highness the Imperial Prince Kusakabe in the palace of Ohatsu. In the 10th month of the 10th year, she followed the shaman the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito to Yoshino in order to avoid the suspicious dislike of the court, as has been related in the history of the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito. In the first year of the reign of the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito, summer, the 6th month, she followed the emperor when he took refuge in the eastern provinces. She addressed the troops and mingled with the throng, until at length they together formed a plan by which several tens of thousands of fearless men were separately ordered to take up their posts in all the most defensible positions. In autumn, the 7th month, the Mino generals acting in concert with the Yamato heroes slew the imperial Prince Ohatomo and sent his head to be shown at the Fuha Palace. In the 2nd year, she was raised to the rank of Empress, consort. The Empress, consort from the beginning until now, had assisted the Emperor in pacifying the empire. It constantly happened that, in the conduct of business, her ready advice on government matters was of the greatest assistance. In the 1st year of Shacho, on the 9th day of the 9th month, the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito died. The Empress, consort, presided over the court and exercised control. Winter, 10th month, 2nd day. The imperial Prince Ohatsu treason was discovered, and he was placed under arrest. There were arrested at the same time Wadakashi, Yakuchi no Asan of Jiki Kwo Shi rank, Hakatoko, Yuki no Muraji of lower Shozen rank, and also the Ohatonri Omi Maro Nakatomi no Asan Tiasu Kos no Asan. a Scylla priest named Heng Sin with Tobari Toki no Michai D's Yukuri, and others, more than 30 persons in all, who had been led astray by the imperial Prince Ohatsu. Third day. Death was bestowed on the imperial Prince Ohatsu in his house at Wasada. He was 24 years of age. His consort, the imperial princess Yamanobe, hastened thither with her hair disheveled and her feet bare, and joined him in death. All who witnessed sighed and sobbed. The imperial Prince Ohatsu was the third child of the Emperor Aim, no Nanahara Oki no Mabito. His demeanor was noble, and his language refined. He was beloved by the Emperor Aim Mikoto Hirakasu Wake. When he grew to manhood, he showed an eminent talent for learning and was very fond of writing. The practice of composing Chinese verses had its origin with Ohatsu. 29th day. An imperial decree was issued as follows. The imperial Prince Ohatsu has been guilty of treason and has led astray officials and people, so that we, within the curtain, had no alternative. The imperial Prince Ohatsu has now perished. His followers deserve the same sentence as the prince, but we pardon them all. Toki no Michai D's Yukuri is, however, banished to Aizu. It was further decreed, saying, "We cannot bring ourselves to inflict punishment on the Scylla priest Heng Sin, who was an accomplice in the imperial Prince Ohatsu treason. He is therefore exiled to the temple of the province of Hida. 11th month, 16th day." The imperial princess Ohoku, who had been sent to attend at the shrine of Ise, returned to the capital. 17th day. There was an earthquake. 12th month, 19th day. On behalf of the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito, a universal great assembly was held in the following 5 temples, viz. Of the Great Palace, of Asuka, of Keihara, of Toyora in Woharida, and of Sakata. 26th day. Presents of cloth and silk stuffs of various values were made to the orphans, to the childless and widowed, and to the aged people of the capital. Intercalary 12th month. The Viceroy of Tsukashi sent as tribute common people, both men and women, of the 3 countries of Koryor, Pekshe, and Silla, and also 62 priests and nuns. In this year, a serpent and a dog copulated. Presently, they both died together. AD 687. First year, spring, first month, first day. The Prince Imperial, accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries, proceeded to the palace of temporary interment and made lament. The Nagan Myuriji, Fuse, no Asan, performed the ceremony of pronouncing a eulogy. When the eulogy was over, they all raised a lament. Next, the common people made lament. Upon this, Mabito, Kaino Asan, and others of the high stewards of the palace made offerings of food. When this was done, the anime of the steward department raised a lament. Then, music was performed by the officials of the Department of Music. 5th day. The Prince Imperial, accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries, proceeded to the palace of temporary interment and made lament. The common people followed and raised lamentation. 15th day. Presents of various values, of coarse silk and floss silk, were given to those residents of the capital who were 80 years of age or more, to invalids whose cases were grave, and to poor persons who were unable to support themselves. 19th day. Norimaro Tanaka no Asan of Jiki Kwoshi rank, with Karita Mori no Kimi of Tsui Dai Nai rank, and others were sent to Silla to announce the emperor decease. 3rd month, 15th day. 56 immigrants from Koryor were settled in the province of Hitachi. They were given lands, received an allowance of grain, and made to pursue their avocations in peace. 20th day. An ornamental chaplet was offered at the palace of temporary interment. This was called Mikage. On this day, Maro, Tejihi no Mabito performed the ceremony of pronouncing a eulogy. 22nd day. 14 immigrants from Silla were settled in the province of Shimitsukunu. They were given land and received an allowance of grain and made to pursue their avocations in peace. Summer 4th month, 10th day. The Viceroy of Tsukushi presented priests, nuns, and common people, men and women, 22 persons, immigrants from Silla. They were settled in the province of Musashi, where they were granted lands and an allowance of grain, and were made to follow their avocations in peace. 5th month, 22nd day. The Prince Imperial, accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries, proceeded to the palace of temporary interment and made lamentation. On this occasion, the chiefs of the Heiato and of Ada in Ohasumi, each accompanied by his people, advanced in turn and pronounced a eulogy. 6th month, 28th day. Criminals were pardoned. Autumn, 7th month, 2nd day. A decree was issued as follows. Interest may not be received on any debts contracted during or previous to the year Kanodo Torai. In cases where creditors have already the personal service of their debtors, they may not exact service interest. 9th day. Presents of various values were given to the chiefs of the Heiato and of Ada in Ohasumi, 330, 7 persons in all. 8th month, 5th day. Offerings of food were made at the palace of temporary interment. On this day, fine boiled rice was offered. 6th day. The aged people of the capital, both men and women, all drew near and made lamentation west of the bridge. 28th day. The Empress sent Ohashima, Fujiwara no Asan, of Jiki Daishi rank, and Ohatomo Kibumi no Muraji, of Jiki Daishi rank, to invite together 300 Ryu, Zo, and Daitoku to the temple of Asuka, and to present to each a priestly robe, saying, "This was made of the august garments of the Emperor Aim no Nanahara Oki no Mabito." The language of the imperial message was so pathetic that it may not be set forth in full. 9th month, 9th day. A national feast of vegetable food was given in the temples of the capital. 10th day. A mager entertainment was given at the palace of temporary interment. 22nd day. Silla sent Prince Kim Sang, him, Kim Sal Mo of Kyupsan rank, Kim In Seal of Kyupsan rank, and the T Sia So Yang, Sin to petition the emperor regarding the government of that country and to offer tribute. The student, priest Kai Ryu, arrived along with them. The viceroy of Tsukushi having informed Sang, Nim, and his colleagues of the emperor decease, they all on that same day put on mourning, and with their faces turned to the east made obeisance 3 times, and 3 times raised lamentation. Winter, 10th month, 22nd day. The Prince Imperial, accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries, as well as by the governors of provinces, and the Kuni no Miyako, together with common people, both men and women, began the construction of the Oho Uchai Misasagi. 12th month, 10th day. Tomi Michai no Mabito of Jiki, Kwo, San rank, was appointed imperial envoy for the entertainment of the Silla guests. This year was the year Hinodo I of the cycle. AD 688. Second year, 1st month, 1st day. The Prince Imperial, accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries, went to the palace of temporary interment and made lamentation. 2nd day. A company of priests made lament at the palace of temporary interment. 8th day. A public great congregation was held in the temple of Yakushi. 23rd day. The decease of the emperor was formally announced to Kim Sang, Nim, and his colleagues. Kim Sang, Nim, and his colleagues thereupon made lament 3 times. 2nd month, 2nd day. The viceroy presented the tribute from Silla. It consisted of such things as gold and silver, thin silks, cloth, skins, copper, and iron, more than 10 articles in all. There were also presented separately such things as images of Buddha, all kinds of colored fine silks, birds, and horses, more than 10 articles in all. Sang Nim presents were gold and silver, colored stuffs, and all manner of rarities, altogether more than 80 articles. 10th day. Sang, Nim and his colleagues were entertained in the Tsukushi government house and received presents of various values. 16th day. A decree was issued as follows. In future, on all days of national mourning, it is absolutely necessary that abstinence should be practiced. 29th day. Sang, Nim and his colleagues took their departure. 3rd month, 22nd day. An ornamental chaplet was offered at the palace of temporary interment. Ohashima, Fujiwara no Asan, pronounced a eulogy. 5th month, 8th day. Turk Na Rai Kayurng, Su of Pekshe was transferred to the province of Kahai. 6th month, 11th day. There was an imperial decree ordering that all prisoners throughout the empire who had been guilty of capital crimes should have their punishment mitigated by 1 degree, and that those who were in prison for lighter offenses should be all pardoned. Orders were given to the empire that for this year, half the commuted taxes should be levied. Autumn, 7th month, 11th day. By reason of the drought, there was great praying for rain. 20th day. The Pekshe priest Dozo was commanded to pray for rain. Before a morning had passed, rain fell plentifully throughout the empire. 8th month, 10th day. Offerings of food were made, and lament raised at the palace of temporary interment. On this occasion, Yasumaro, Ohatomo no Sukyun, pronounced a eulogy. 11th day. Prince Issei of Jo, Daishi rank, was commanded to announce the state to be observed at the funeral. 25th day. The king of Tamna sent his minister Kara with tribute of the productions of the country. 9th month, 23rd day. Kara, minister of Tamna, and his companions were entertained at the government house of Tsukushi and received presents of various values. Winter, 11th month, 4th day. The Prince Imperial, accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries, as well as by the guests from the frontier lands, went to the palace of temporary interment and made lamentation. On this occasion, offerings of food were made, and the Tate, Fushi dance performed. The ministers each advanced in turn and pronounced a eulogy, setting forth the circumstances of the services rendered by their ancestors. 5th day. More than 190 Yamishi brought tribute on their backs, and in this fashion pronounced a eulogy. 11th day. Mayaruji, Fuse no Asan, and Miyuki Ohatomo no Sukyun pronounced eulogies alternately. Shitoko, Tahima no Mabito, of Jiki Kwo, she rank, in a eulogy recited the succession to the throne of the imperial ancestors. When this ceremony was finished, the emperor was buried in the Ohauchi Misasagi. 12th month, 12th day. 213 Yamishi, men and women, were entertained under the Tsuki tree west of the temple of Asuka. Ranks were bestowed on them, and they received presents varying in value. AD 689. 3rd year, spring, 1st month, 1st day. The Empress gave audience to the 10,000 lands in the front hall. 2nd day. The Department of Great Learning presented 80 staves. 3rd day. Maro and Kanawari, sons of Shiriko, of Mu Dai Shi rank, Yamishi of Kakafu in the district of Utamu in the province of Michinoku, begged permission to shave off their hair and become priests. The Empress gave orders saying, Maro and the other, although young, are of refined tastes, and their wishes are limited, so much so that they desire nothing but vegetable food and to observe the precepts. In accordance with their request, let them renounce the world and practice religion. 7th day. A banquet was given to the ministers, and presents of raiment were bestowed on them. 8th day. Norimaro, Tanaka no Asan, and his companions who were sent as envoys to Silla returned from thence. 9th day. The Empress gave orders to the governor of the province of Izumo to send up to the capital men of the frontier lands who had met with stress of weather. On this day there were presented to Dashin, a Yamishi of Koshi, who was a Buddhist priest, an image of Buddha, 1 baptismal banner, 1 bell and 1 begging bowl, colored silks, 5 feet of each kind, 5 bundles of floss silk, 10 tan of cloth, 10 mattocks, and 1 saddle. Ahata no Mabito no Asan, viceroy of Tsukushi, and others presented to the Empress 170, 4 Hayato, with 50 fathoms of cloth, 6 ox hides, and 50 deer skins. 15th day. The civil and military officials brought presents of firewood. 16th day. A meal was given to the public functionaries. 18th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 20th day. The Empress arrived from the palace of Yoshino. 2nd month, 13th day. The Empress gave orders that reliefs should be sent for the barrier wardens of Tsukushi, who had completed their term of years. 26th day. Prince Takeda of Jo-kwo Shirank Nemera, Hashi no Sukyun of Jiki-kwo Shirank Mera, Ohake no Asan, Fubito, Fujiwara no Asan, Sakuraba, Tehama no Mabito of Mudai Shirank Yamamori, Hatsumi no Asan, Omamero, Nakatomi no Asan, Teyasu, Kos no Asan, and Yasumaro, Ohamua no Asan were made judges. 3rd month, 24th day. There was a great amnesty for the empire. But those crimes which were not pardoned in ordinary, amnesties were accepted from this amnesty. Summer, 4th month, 8th day. Immigrants from Silla were settled in the province of Shimetsukunu. 13th day. His Highness the Prince Imperial Kusakabe died. 20th day. Silla sent Kim to Na of Kyupsen rank and others on a mission of condolence for the decease of the Emperor Oki no Mabito. Separately, Silla sent a present of a gold, copper image of Amida, a gold, copper image of Quan Zi, on Bisatsu, and an image of Dai Seishi Bisatsu, together with colored silks and brocades. 22nd day. Prince Kasuga died. 27th day. Orders were given to the local governors that their laborers should be allowed 4 holidays in the month. 5th month, 22nd day. Nemero Hashi no Sukyun was directed to convey to the condolence envoys from Silla, Kim Tona of Kyupsen rank, and his colleagues an imperial message as follows. The ministers of the Council of State, by order of the Empress, make this communication. In the 1st year of the reign, Norimaro, Tanaka no Asan, and others were sent to announce the decease of the late emperor. Then Silla said that the persons charged to receive an imperial message had always had the rank of fan. This should also be the case on the present occasion. For this reason, Norimaro and his colleagues were unable to deliver the imperial message, which was entrusted to them. Now, if former matters are gone into, there is the case of the decease of the emperor who once ruled the empire from the palace of Naniha, when Kos no Inamachi and his colleagues were sent to announce it. On that occasion, Kim Ch Hyun, Ch Hyu of Ye, Sun rank, received the imperial message, so that if it is said that an official of the rank of fan should receive the imperial commands, this would be at variance with former precedent. Again, when the emperor who ruled the empire from the palace of Afumi died, Kim Sal Yu of Ii Kil, Sun rank, was sent to offer condolence. But now an official of the rank of Kyupsen offers condolence, which again is contrary to precedent. Moreover, Silla has always addressed the emperor saying, "Our country, since the reigns of the remote imperial ancestors of Japan, is a land which does service, never allowing the oars of its ordered ships to become dry. Yet now but one ship is sent, which is contrary to the ancient rule. And further, in addressing the Emperor, Silla has said, "Since the reign of the remote imperial ancestor of Japan, we have done service with pure hearts. But you have not been careful to be thoroughly faithful in the performance of the functions originally entrusted to you. You have broken your true faith and have had willful recourse to arts of flattery. Therefore, your tribute and the separate presents are sealed up together and returned to you. However, the generous affection shown to you since the reign of the remote imperial ancestor of this country will not be discontinued. Be therefore more and more diligent, more and more watchful, and discharge the duties entrusted to you with fear and trembling. The celestial court will have a still more generous affection in case the laws are honored and observed. Do you, Tona and the rest, receive this imperial message and deliver it to your king. 6th month, 1st day. Garments were presented to the Viceroy of Tsukushi and others. 2nd day. The Imperial Prince Shiki, Sukuna Maro, Sami no Asan of Jiki Kwo Shi rank Mugo, Hata no Asan Mumakahi, Iob no Mureji of Gon Kwo Shi rank Akina, Mitsugi no Amiki, Talache, Ohatomo no Sukyun of Mudai, San rank Teyasu, Kos no Asan, and others were appointed commissioners for the choice of good words. 29th day. Presents of rice, varying in value in each case, were given to H. Su Shu Yen, Sa Hung Ko, and others of the land of Great Thang. 20th day. The Empress commanded the Viceroy Ahata no Mabito no Asan and others to give the student, priests Mei, So, and Quan, Kai each 140 kin of floss silk to send to their teachers and friends in Silla. 23rd day. The Silla condolence envoys Tona and his colleagues were entertained at Wo, Gohori and Tsukushi, and were given presents, varying in the case of each. 29th day. A book of legal enactments in 22 volumes was distributed to all the local governors. Autumn, 7th month, 1st day. In accordance with his request, the Buddhist priest Jidoku, Yamishi of Michinoku, was granted a gold copper image of Yakushibatsu and a gold copper image of Kwans, on Bisatsu, a bell, a dish, a precious curtain, an incense burner, and a banner. On this day, the Silla condolence envoys Kim Tona and his colleagues took their departure. 15th day. Orders were given to the mayors of the right and left divisions of the capital and to the governors of the provinces to build places for the practice of archery. 20th day. The false palace guard, Kashihabara no Hirayama by name, a man of the district of Shibukaha in the province of Kahachi, was banished to the province of Tosa. The rank of Tsui, Kwo, San was conferred on Tora, Mibu no Mureji, the palace guard who arrested the false palace guard Hirayama. 23rd day. Presents were given to Yatsurina and others, Yamishi of Koshi, varying in value in the case of each. 8th month, 2nd day. The public functionaries assembled in the department of the Shinto religion, where an imperial message was communicated to them respecting matters of the gods of heaven and earth. 4th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 16th day. Hunting and fishing were prohibited in the Sea of Muko in the province of Setsu for a distance of 1,000 paces, for a space of 20, 0 shiro on the plain of Najino in the district of 8 in the province of Ki, and for a space of 20, 0 shiro on the plains of Minono in the district of Iga in the province of Iga. Keepers were attached to these places in the same way as to the Sea of Takashi in the district of Ohatori in the province of Kahachi. 17th day. The ministers received rewards, varying in the case of each. 21st day. The Empress gave orders to the governor, general of Iyo, Norimaro Tanaka no Asan, and his colleagues, saying, "Let the white swallow caught in the district of Mike in the province of Sanuki be set at liberty." 23rd day. The Empress witnessed archery. Intercalary 8th month, 10th day. The Empress gave orders to the local governors, saying, "This winter the registers of population are to be made up. Not later than the 9th month, let vagabonds be sought out and arrested. As to the militia, let those of each province be divided into 4 parts, and having selected one of these, cause the men to be trained in warlike exercises." 27th day. Prince Kahachi of Jō rank was made viceroy of Tsukushi. He was granted arms and received presents. The rank of Jiki-kwo, Ikai, was bestowed on Shima, Tajihi no Mabito of Jiki-kwo Nai rank. His fief was increased by 100 houses, which were added to his former grant. 9th month, 10th day. Maro Iso no Kami no Asan of Jiki-kwo San rank, Mushina, Ishikaha no Asan of Jiki-kwo Shi rank, and others were sent to Tsukushi to deliver patents of rank and also to inspect the new castle. Winter, 10th month, 11th day. The Empress visited the castle of Takyasu. 22nd day. Kamaro Shimetsukunu no Asan of Jiki-kwo Shi rank represented to the Empress his desire to set free 600 slaves. His petition was granted. 11th month, 22nd day. Ihanari Takata no Abido of Tsui-kwo Nai rank was complimented in the market, place on his proficiency in the use of the 3 weapons, and presents were given him. 12th month, 8th day. The game of Sugiroku was prohibited. AD 690. 4th year, spring, 1st month, 1st day. Mononobe no Maro no Asan set up great shields. Nakatomi no Ohashima no Asan, minister of the department of the Shinto religion, recited blessings from the gods of heaven. When this was over, Shikafachi Imbe no Sukyun delivered to the Empress consort the divine seal, sword, and mirror. The Empress, consort accordingly assumed the imperial dignity. The ministers and public functionaries ranged in order, made obeisance in rotation, and clapped their hands. 2nd day. The ministers and public functionaries presented their respects at court with the same state as at the New Year audience. Tajihi no Shima no Mabito and Fuse no Mairuji no Asan presented their congratulations to the Empress on her accession to the throne. 3rd day. A banquet was given to the ministers in the inner precinct. 7th day. A banquet was given to the ministers in the inner precinct, and presents of clothing given them. 15th day. The public functionaries presented firewood. 17th day. There was a general amnesty throughout the empire. It did not apply, however, to those criminals who are accepted from ordinary pardons. 1 grade of rank was granted to all persons who already held official rank. Widows, orphans, lone persons, sufferers from grave illness, and those who from poverty were unable to support themselves were granted presents of rice and exempted from commuted taxes and forced labor. 20th day. 100 Takaib were appointed to the Department of Justice. 23rd day. Offerings were distributed to the gods of heaven and the gods of earth in the home provinces. Moreover, the lands and houses allotted for their service were augmented. 2nd month, 5th day. The Empress went to the embankment of Wakanakami and inspected the horses of the ministers and Dabu. 11th day. A Buddhist priest of Silla named Churn, Kil, Pukcho Kai of Kyupsan rank, and others, 50 persons in all, immigrated to Japan. 17th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 19th day. A feast of vegetarian food was given within the inner precinct. 25th day. Her man of Han-nama rank and other Silla men, 12 persons in all who had come as immigrants, were settled in the province of Musashi. 3rd month, 20th day. Rice of the Shima Palace was given to those inhabitants of the capital and the home provinces who were 80 years of age and upwards. Each person had 20 sheaves, and those who had official rank received in addition 2 tan of cloth. Summer, 4th month, 3rd day. Envoys were sent to worship the great abstinence deity of heroes and the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 7th day. Presents of rice were made to 5,030, 1 old men and old women of the capital and home provinces. Each person had 20 sheaves. 14th day. An edict was issued as follows. Let all public functionaries and people of the home provinces be divided into 9 classes according to the number of days in which they have done service. In the case of those who have official rank, reckoning is to be made for 6 years, and not longer, and in the case of those of no rank, for 7 years only. In accordance with the regulations for the examination of public service, let those of the first 4 classes receive cap, rank in proportion to their merits, their services, and the importance of the house to which they belong. Their court costume shall be dark purple for those from the rank of Jo, Dai, Ikai down to that of Quo, Nai, bright purple for those from the rank of Jo, Dai, San to that of Quo, Shi. For the 8 Sho grades bright purple, for the 8 Jiki grades dark red, for the 8 Gon grades dark green, for the 8 Mu grades light green, for the 8 Sui grades deep blue, and for the 8 Shin grades light blue. Apart from this, those of Jo, Quo, Nai or higher rank may wear all manner of thin silk gauzes, etc., of 1 breadth and 1 kind, while those from the rank of Jo, Dai, San to that of Jiki, Quo, she may wear all manner of thin silk gauzes, etc., of 1 breadth and 2 kinds. Both the higher and lower ranks should ordinarily wear girdles of variegated silk and white trousers. Other matters to remain as usual. 22nd day. By reason of a drought, rain was begun to be prayed for in various places. 5th month, 3rd day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 10th day. 21 immigrants from Pekshe, men and women, arrived. 15th day. Discourses on dwelling in peace were begun in the inner precinct. 6th month, 6th day. The Empress visited Hatsu's. 25th day. All persons whatever, possessed of official rank, were summoned, and the order of their rank and their ages proclaimed. Autumn, 7th month, 1st day. The ministers and public functionaries put on the new court costume for the first time. 3rd day. Offerings were distributed to the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. 5th day. The imperial prince Takeshai was made Dajo, Daijin, the rank of Sho, Quo. San was granted to Tajihi no Mabito, and he was made Udaijin. New appointments were also made to all the 8 departments of state and the bureaus. 6th day. New appointments were made of viceroys and governors of provinces. 7th day. An imperial order was made that the ministers, public functionaries, and all persons holding official rank should in future put on their court costumes in their own houses, and so present themselves before the opening of the gate. 9th day. An imperial edict was issued as follows. When those occupying the higher places at a court assembly see a prince of the blood, the usual ceremony is to be observed. When a daijin and a prince appear, everyone should stand up before the hall. If 2 or more princes appear, everyone should get down from his seat and kneel. 14th day. 18th day. Envoys were sent to worship the great abstinence deity of heroes and the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 8th month, 4th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 11th day. Silla immigrants were settled in the province of Shimetsukunu. 9th month, 1st day. An edict was addressed to the governors of all the provinces as follows. In preparing the returns of population, let the house regulations be attended to. 11th day. A decree was issued as follows. As we are about to make a tour in the province of Ki, let no land, tax or poll, tax be collected for the year in the capital. 13th day. The Empress proceeded to Ki. 23rd day. 3 priests who had gone to the land of Great Thang for study, named Kai Shiu, Gi Toku, and Jo Guan, and a private soldier named Ohatamobe no Hakama of the district of Upper Yame in the province of Tsukushi, returned to Tsukushi in the train of the Silla escort envoy, Kim Ko, Hun of T Na Ma rank. 24th day. The Empress returned from Ki. Winter, 10th month, 5th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 10th day. Kai Shiu and the other priests who had been to Thang for study arrived in the capital. 15th day. Messengers were sent to Prince Kahachi, Viceroy of Tsukushi, and his colleagues with the following order. In entertaining the Silla escort envoy, Kim Ko, Hun of T Na Ma rank and his colleagues, let the precedent be followed of the escort envoy, who escorted up the student Wohai, Hashi no Sukyun, and his companions. The attentions paid them, and the presents given them must follow strictly the edict. 22nd day. An imperial order was given to Ohatamobe no Hakama, a private soldier of the district of Upper Yame in the province of Tsukushi, saying, "You were taken prisoner by the Thang troops in the 7th year of the reign of the Empress Aim Toyo, Takara, Akashi, Hai Tarashi, Haim during the campaign undertaken for the assistance of Pekshe. At length, in the 3rd year of the Emperor Aim Mikoto Hirakasu wake, the 4 men Hodo Hashi, no Mureji, Oyu, Kohori no Mureji, Satsuyama, Tsukushi no Kimi, and Genjitsu, Nai, Yuji no Mureji, wished to inform the emperor of the designs of the men of Thang. But as they had neither clothing nor provisions, they were, to their sorrow, unable to carry out their purpose. Upon this, you, Hakama, said to Hashi no Hodo and the others, 'I should like to return to our own court along with you, but for want of clothing and provisions we cannot all depart together. I pray you, sell me as a slave, and use the money to buy food and clothing.' Acting on your proposal, Hodo and his companions were enabled to communicate with the celestial court, and you alone remained in a foreign land for the space of 30 years until now. We are pleased with the loyalty and patriotism which led you to sell yourself, and thus display your fidelity. As a mark of distinction for this meritorious service, we therefore grant you the rank of Mu Daishi, with 5 pieces of coarse silk, 10 bundles of floss silk, 30 tan of cloth, 1,000 sheaves of rice, and 4 cho of rice, land, to be continued to your great-grandchildren, and your relations of the 3 classes are exempted from forced labor. 29th day. The imperial Prince Takechai inspected the site for the palace of Fujiwara. He was accompanied by the ministers and public functionaries. 11th month, 7th day. Presents were given to the escort envoy Kim Ko, Hun and his colleagues, of varying value in the case of each. 11th day. In compliance with an imperial order, the use of the Yuan, Kia, and I Fern calendars was begun. 12th month, 3rd day. The escort envoy Kim Ko, Hun and his colleagues took their departure. 12th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 14th day. The Empress returned from the palace of Yoshino. 19th day. The Empress went to Fujiwara and inspected the site for the palace. All the ministers and public functionaries accompanied her. 23rd day. Presents were given to the ministers and officials of lower rank, varying in value in the case of each. AD 691. 5th year, spring, 1st month, 1st day. Ranks were bestowed on the princes of the blood, the ministers, the princesses of the blood, the princesses, and the lady officials of the palace. 7th day. Presents of eatables, drinkables, and clothing were given to the ministers. Rich presents varying in value in the case of each were made to Yer Seern, Kwang of Shou Quoshi rank, and to Wern, Pong, Nyang No, and Nam Chirn of Jiki Daishi rank, princes of Pekshe. 13th day. An increase of 2,000 houses was made to the fief of the imperial prince Takeshai, which, added to his previous fief, made 3,000 houses. To the Pekshe prince Chirn, Quang of Shou Quoshi rank, 100 houses, which, added to his previous fief, made 200 houses. To Fuse no Mayaruji no Asan of Jiki Dai Ikai rank, and to Ohatomo no Miyuki no Sukyun 80 houses, which, added to their previous fiefs, made 300 houses. Others received additions to their fiefs, which varied in amount for each. 14th day. An edict was made as follows. Masaru, Tsukashi no Fubido of Jiki Quo Shi rank, ever since his appointment 29 years ago as secretary to the viceroy of Tsukashi, has been upright and faithful and has not been guilty of any remissness. He is, therefore, granted a sustenance, fief of 5,000 houses, 15 pieces of coarse silk, 25 bundles of floss silk, 50 tan of cloth, and 5,000 sheaves of rice. 16th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 23rd day. The Empress returned from the palace of Yoshino. 2nd month, 1st day. The Empress addressed a decree to the ministers, saying, "In the reigns of the former emperors, ye erected Buddhist halls and scripture treasuries, and practiced the 6 monthly fasts. The emperors from time to time sent Ohatonri to inquire after the welfare of the priests, and the same has also been done in our own reign. Let us therefore with zealous hearts continue to uphold the Buddhist faith. On this day patents of rank were bestowed on officials. 3rd month, 3rd day. A banquet was given to the ministers in the Western Hall. 5th day. The Empress inspected the horses, both of the state and of private persons in the Imperial Park. 22nd day. An edict was issued as follows. If a younger brother of the common people is sold by his elder brother, he should be classed with freemen. If a child is sold by his parents, he should be classed with slaves. Persons confiscated into slavery by way of payment of interest on debts are to be classed with freemen, and their children, though born of a union with a slave, are also to be all classed with freemen. Summer, 4th month, 1st day. An edict was issued as follows. Slaves who have been manumitted in the time of the ancestor of a house and already struck off the register of slaves may not be claimed again as slaves by members of that house. Kyudara, Kami no Tsukuri, doctor of the university, was granted 1,000 sheaves of the greater tax, rice, as an encouragement to his learning. 11th day. Envoys were sent to worship the great abstinence deity of heroes, and the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 16th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 22nd day. The Empress returned from the palace of Yoshino. 5th month, 21st day. Seon Mu Mi, Cha of Pekshe, was commended for his services during the year Mizunoi Saru, was granted the rank of Jiki, Dai San, and received presents of coarse silk and cloth. 6th month. Sleet fell in 40 places in the capital and provinces. 19th day. An edict was issued as follows. This summer profuse rain has fallen beyond measure, and we fear that certainly injury will be caused to the grain crops. Our anxiety of the night lasts until the morning, as we ponder where the blame for this lies. Now we command you, our ministers and functionaries, to prohibit the use of strong drink and animal food, to compose your hearts and repent of your sins. Moreover, let the priests of the temples of the capital and of the home provinces read the sutras for a space of 5 days. It may be hoped that this will have some effect. The rain had lasted from the 4th month until this month. 20th day. A general amnesty was proclaimed throughout the empire. Thieves and robbers were, however, excepted. Autumn, 7th month, 3rd day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. On this day, Norimaro, Tanaka no Asan, governor of the province of Iyo, and others presented 3 kin and 8 ryo of silver and a basket of ore of Mount Mamuma, Yama in the district of Yuwa. 7th day. A banquet was given to the ministers, and presents of court dress made them. 12th day. The empress arrived from Yoshino. 15th day. Envoys were sent to worship the great abstinence deity of heroes and the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 8th month, 13th day. The empress commanded 18 houses to deliver to her the records of the tombs of their ancestors. 23rd day. Envoys were sent to worship the wind, gods of Tatsuta, and the gods of Suha and Minachi in Shinano. 9th month, 4th day. Hsu Shu Yen and Sa Hung, Ko of Great Thang, professors of pronunciation, and Mal Sa and Chirn Sin of Pekshe, professors of writing, received presents of 20 ryo of silver each. 9th day. The imperial Prince Kahishima of Jo Dai, San rank died. 23rd day. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Dai, Nai was granted to Ohome, Saheki no Sukyun, and also a contribution made for his funeral expenses. Winter, 10th month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 8th day. A decree was issued as follows. Let the houses set apart for the care of the Misasagi of former emperors be 5 or more in number. In the case of others, viz., princes of distinguished merit, let 3 houses be allotted. If the Misasagi houses are insufficient, let the want be supplied by peasants, whose forced labor shall be remitted, and who shall be changed once in 3 years. 13th day. Long life places, each of 1,000 paces, were instituted in the home and other provinces. On this day, the empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 20th day. The empress returned from Yoshino. 27th day. Envoys were sent to perform a service for the tranquility of the new capital. 11th month, 24th day. The festival of first fruits was held. Ohashima, Nakatomi no Asan, minister of the department of the Shinto religion, recited the blessing of the heavenly deities. 25th day. Bed, clothes were presented to the ministers. 28th day. Thin silks were given to all from the rank of minister, down to that of secretary. They varied in value for each. 30th day. An entertainment was given to the officials of the Shinto department from the chief down to the kamibe, and also to the governors and others, including common people, both men and women, of the districts of the provinces of Harima and Inaba which had furnished. They received presents of thin silk, of various values for each. 12th month, 2nd day. Toku Jai Chin of Mu Dai San rank, Doctor of Medicine, and Mokuso, Cho Mu, Shataku, and Manju, professors of exorcism, were given presents of 20 ryo of silver each. 8th day. A decree was issued as follows. To the Yudejin let there be given 4 cho of land as a site for a house. To those of the rank of Jiki, Quo, Nai, and above, 2 cho. To those of the rank of Jiki, Dai, San, and below, 1 cho. From the Gon grades down to officials who have no rank, let the number of inhabitants of their fiefs be taken as a guide. First-class fiefs having 1 cho, second-class half a cho, and third-class a quarter of a cho. Princes shall follow the same rule. AD 692. 6th year, spring, 1st month, 4th day. The imperial Prince Takeshai was granted an additional fief of 2,000 houses, making, along with his previous one, a total of 5,000 houses. 7th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers, and they received presents of garments. 12th day. The empress inspected the road to the new capital. 16th day. An entertainment was given to officials from the ministers, down to those of initial rank. 27th day. The Empress visited Takemiya. 28th day. The Empress returned from Takemiya. Second month, 11th day. Orders were given to the officials, saying, "It is our intention to proceed to Ise on the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Take note of this our purpose, and get ready all the necessary clothing." The priests Ho, Zo, and Do, Kai, professors of the Yin and Yang, received presents of 20 ryo of silver each. 19th day. Orders were given to the Board of Punishments to release short, sentenced prisoners. On this day, the Chunegen, Takeshai Maro, Miwa no Asan, of Jiki Dai Nai rank, presented a memorial in which he made bold to remonstrate roundly with the Empress for her proposed visit to Ise, which he said would interfere with the time for agricultural operations. 3rd month, 3rd day. Prince Heroes of Jo, Quo Shi rank, Chitoko, Tahima no Mabito of Jiki, Quo San rank, and Yumibari, Kainoa San of Jiki, Quo Shi rank, were appointed to take charge of the palace during the Empress' absence. Upon this, the Chunegen, Takeshai Maro, Miwa no Asan, divested himself of his cap rank and delivered it up to the court, reiterating his remonstrance and saying, "During the season of agricultural operations, the chariot should not be moved." 6th day. The Empress did not yield to his remonstrances, but at length proceeded to Ise. 17th day. The Empress bestowed cap, rank on the Miyako of the sacred districts through which she had passed, and on the Miyako of the provinces of Iga, Ise, and Shima. These places were also released from commuted taxes and forced labor for this year. Moreover, the commuted taxes and forced labor for the year were remitted in the case of the horsemen provided for the Empress service, the baggage, coolies of her officials, and the laborers employed in constructing temporary palaces. There was a general pardon for the empire, which, however, did not comprise thieves and robbers. 19th day. 50 sheaves of rice for each person were presented to men and women of 80 years of age and upwards, common people of the province of Shima, through which the Empress passed. 20th day. The imperial chariot returned to the palace. Wherever it had reached, the officials and people of the district were assembled, and care was taken to reward their diligence and to have musical performances. 30th day. By an imperial decree, the commuted taxes and forced labor for this year were remitted to those houses from which horsemen had been provided for the Empress service in the provinces of Afumi, Mino, Wohari, Mikaha, and Totomi, to the baggage, coolies, and to the laborers employed in constructing temporary palaces in every province. An imperial decree was also made that 3 sheaves of rice for each man, and 2 for each woman, should be given to all poor and distressed common people in the empire. Summer 4th month, 2nd day. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Dai, Nai was bestowed on Tamokuni, Ohatomo no Tsukyun, and a contribution made towards his funeral expenses. 5th day. With the exception of common people of the 4 home provinces, the men who had acted as baggage, coolies were exempted from commuted taxes and forced labor for the year. 19th day. Messengers were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 21st day. Mattocks from the Naniha treasury were given to all persons of official rank, from princes of the blood down to the rank of Tsui, Quo Shi. These gifts varied in each case. 25th day. By an imperial edict, all prisoners and persons under sentence of lighter banishment were pardoned and discharged. 5th month, 6th day. 3 brothers, named Kehei Maro, etc., fishermen of Agoshi, inhabitants of the district of Muro in the province of Ki, who had supplied the Empress table during her stay in the temporary palace of Ago, were granted exemption for 10 years from commuted taxes and forced labor, and from miscellaneous corvées. Further, 8 boatmen had their commuted taxes and forced labor remitted for the year. 7th day. The governor of the province of Sagami presented a pair of fledgling red crows, saying that they had been caught in the district of Miura. 12th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 16th day. The imperial chariot returned to the palace. 17th day. Dabu were sent as messengers to the celebrated mountains and to the hills and rivers to pray to them for rain. 20th day. Chitoko Fumi no Amiki was granted the posthumous rank of Jiki, Dai, Ikai, and a contribution made towards the expenses of his funeral. 23rd day. Prince Naniha of Jo, Quo-shi rank, and others were sent to perform a service for the tranquility of the site of the palace of Fujiwara. 26th day. Envoys were sent to make offerings to the great gods of the following 4 places, viz. Ise, Yamato, Sumiyoshi, and Ki, and to announce to them the erection of the new palace. Intercalary 5th month, 3rd day. Great floods. Commissioners were sent to visit the districts and provinces, one after another, making loans to those who, having met with disaster, were unable to support themselves, and allowing them to fish and cut wood in the hills and forests, the ponds and marshes. An imperial order was given that the Kin Quo Myo Sutra should be expounded in the capital and in the 4 home provinces. 4th day. The Buddhist priest Quan Sei was given a present of 15 hiki of coarse silk, 30 bundles of floss silk, and 50 tan of cloth, and he was commended for having made white lead. 13th day. The great gods of Ise addressed the Empress, saying, "Let the commuted taxes and forced labor for the province of Ise be remitted for this year." That being so, the 35 kin of red silk yarn forwarded by the 2 districts of the gods should be reduced in value from next year. 15th day. An imperial order was given to Prince Kahachi, viceroy of Tsukushi, and the rest, saying, "Let priests be sent to Ohasumi and Ada to propagate the Buddhist religion." He was further made to send up to the capital the image of Amida, made by the great Thang chief envoy Kyo Wu Tiasung, for the emperor who lived in the palace of Ohatsu in Afumi. 6th month, 9th day. The senior officials of the districts and provinces were commanded each to pray to the celebrated mountains and to the hills and rivers for rain. 11th day. Dabu were sent as envoys to the 4 home provinces to pray for rain. 21st day. Official rank was granted to 8 laborers, and they were commended for their diligence and absence of remissness in the construction of the Ohauchi Misasagi. 30th day. The Empress inspected the site of the Fujiwara Palace. Autumn, 7th month, 2nd day. A general amnesty was granted throughout the empire. But this pardon did not apply to those guilty of the 10 crimes, nor to thieves and robbers. Shikafuchi Fuse no Asan, governor of the province of Sagami, and others with the vice, governor of the district of Miura, and Kusu Kashima no Omi, who had caught the red crows, had rank and presents bestowed on them. Moreover, the commuted taxes and forced labor were remitted to the district of Miura for 3 years. 7th day. A banquet was given to the ministers. 9th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 11th day. Envoys were sent to pray to heroes and Tatsuda. 28th day. The imperial car returned to the palace. On this night, Mars and Jupiter approached and receded from one another 4 times in the room of one pace, alternately shining and disappearing. 8th month, 3rd day. Criminals were pardoned. 17th day. The Empress visited the country, house of the imperial princess Asuka, and on the same day returned to the palace. 9th month, 9th day. Dabu were dispatched to the 4 home provinces to attend to the distribution of rice, lands. 14th day. The department of the Shinto religion laid before the Empress 4 volumes of sacred treasures, 9 keys, and 1 wooden stamp. 21st day. The governor of the province of Ise presented 2 auspicious stalks of rice. The governor of the province of Echizen presented a white moth. 26th day. An imperial decree was made, saying, whereas a white moth has been caught on the shore at Yuragami in the district of Tsunuga, the fief of the god of Kebai is increased by 20 houses, making a total, with those already attached to his shrine, of winter, 10th month, 11th day. Mikata Yamada no Fubito was granted the rank of Mu Quoshi. He had formerly gone to study in Silla as a priest. 12th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 19th day. The imperial car returned to the palace. 11th month, 8th day. Silla sent Pak Urk Turk and Kim Sim Sal of Kupsin rank, etc. as tribute bearers. Presents were made of various values to Oyu, Akinaga no Mabito of Jiki Quoshi rank, and Tetsura Kahachi no Amiki of Mu Dai Nai rank, etc., whom it was proposed to send as envoys to Silla. 11th day. Pak Urk Turk of Silla was entertained and received presents in the official building of Naniha. 12th month, 14th day. H. Su Shu, Yen, and Sa Hung, Ko, professors of pronunciation, received grants of rice, land, 4 cho being given to each. 24th day. Dabu were sent to deliver the tribute from Silla to the 5 shrines of Ise, Sumiyoshi, Ki, Yamato, and Anatari. AD 693. 7th year, spring, 1st month, 2nd day. The rank of Jo, Quo, Ikai was bestowed on the imperial prince Takeshai, and that of Jo, Quo, Nai on the imperial princes Naga and Yuge. On this day, an imperial edict was issued, directing that the common people of the empire should wear yellow clothing, and that slaves should wear black. 7th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers and Dabu. 13th day. Presents were given to all persons of official rank in the capital, and in the home provinces of the age of 80 years and upwards. Each person received 1 wadded sleeping garment, 2 hiki of coarse silk, 2 bundles of floss silk, and 4 tan of cloth. 15th day. The posthumous rank of Shou, Quo, San was granted to Seern, Quang, Prince of Pekshay, and a contribution made towards his funeral expenses. 16th day. Presents of cloth of various values were made to the men and women of the capital of the age of 80 or upwards, and to poor and distressed persons. A priest of Funnies named Ho, Kaya was given 3 cho of rice, land. On this day, Menavaya gave a performance of Erer Bashiri. 2nd month, 3rd day. Silla sent Kim Kang, Nam of Sassen rank, and Kim Yang, Wern of Han Na Ma rank, to announce the mourning for the king. 10th day. Prince Kinanuhi and his colleagues, the commissioners for the construction of the capital, were ordered to bury the bodies which had been dug up. 30th day. 37 castaways from Silla, named Mucha, Manier, etc., were handed over to Urk Turk and his party. 3rd month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 5th day. A sustenance, fief of 30 houses was granted to Kudara, Kami no Tsukuri, doctor of the University of Gon, Quo, Nai rank, for the promotion of Chinese learning. 6th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 11th day. The rank of Jiki, Dai Nai, and a contribution for funeral expenses were granted to Ohashima, Fujiwara no Asan. 13th day. The Empress arrived from the palace of Yoshino. 16th day. Presents of coarse silk, floss silk, and cloth of various values were given to Oyu, Akinaga no Mabito of Jiki, Kwoshi rank, and Kajimi Ohatomo no Sukyun of Gon Dai, Nai rank, whom it was proposed to send as envoys to Silla, and also to the student priests Bensu and Shinie. Moreover, a present was made for the funeral expenses of the king of Silla. 17th day. An imperial decree was issued directing that the cultivation throughout the empire of such vegetable productions as the mulberry tree, hemp, pears, chestnuts, and greens should be encouraged as auxiliaries to the 5 grains. Summer, 4th month, 17th day. Dabu were sent as envoys to visit the shrines and to pray for rain. Moreover, envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind gods of Tatsuda. 22nd day. Ohatomo no Wabito, vice president of the inner treasury, was by an imperial decree convicted of dishonest practices, reduced 2 grades in rank, and dismissed from the office he then held. 2 clerks named Oisum no Ohoku and Uno no Ohatomo were also convicted of dishonest practices, reduced 1 grade in rank, and dismissed from the office which they then held. An auditor named Kos no Muraharu, who, although he derived no personal advantage from it, was privy to the theft, and allowed it to be committed, was therefore reduced in rank by 2 grades and dismissed from his office. Oisum no Ohoku, however, was pardoned, on account of his zealous services during the campaign of the year Mizunoi Saru. But the proceeds of the dishonest practices were confiscated according to law. 5th month, 1st day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 7th day. The Empress arrived from the palace of Yoshino. 15th day. A public great congregation was held within the inner precinct. 6th month, 1st day. By an imperial order the courier priest Pak, Ka was restored to the laity. 4th day. The rank of Jiki Kwo she was bestowed on hero. Haikda no Asan Karita Mori no Kimi Maro, Kos no Asan Omi Maro, Fujiwara no Asan Teyasu, Kos no Asan Aikmori, Tajihi no Mabito and Maro, Kai no Asan in all 7 persons. Autumn, 7th month, 7th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 12th day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind gods of Tatsuda. 14th day. Dabu were sent as envoys to visit the various shrines and pray for rain. 16th day. Dabu were sent as envoys to visit the various shrines and pray for rain. On this day, the Empress arrived from Yoshino. 8th month, 1st day. The Empress went to the site of the palace of Fujiwara. 17th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 21st day. The imperial car returned to the palace. 9th month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 5th day. The Empress went to the peak of Temmu, no mine. 6th day. The imperial car returned to the palace. 10th day. On behalf of the Kiyomihara Emperor, a public great congregation was held within the inner precincts. All prisoners were released. 16th day. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Kwo, San was granted to Kanoma, Kaya Noa Miki, and a contribution made for his funeral expenses. In this way, his services in the campaign of the year, Mizunoi Saru, were rewarded. Winter, 10th month, 2nd day. It was decreed that from this year onwards, there should be inspections of the arms kept in store by all, beginning with the princes of the blood down to persons of initial rank. Those of Jo cap, rank down to Jiki cap, rank were each to have 1 suit of armor, 1 sword, 1 bow, 1 set of arrows, 1 elbow pad, and 1 saddle horse. Those of Gon cap, rank to Shin or initial cap, rank were each to have 1 sword, 1 bow, 1 set of arrows, and 1 elbow pad. Such were to be their provision. 23rd day. The Jin no Sutra was begun to be expounded in the 100 provinces. This came to a close after 4 days. 11th month, 5th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 7th day. Presents were given to the Prince and Prime Minister, etc., of Tamna of various values. 10th day. The imperial car returned to the palace. 14th day. The priests Ho, Yen, Zen, Omacron, and Shingi were sent to the district of Yasu in the province of Afumi to try the spring of cordial waters. 23rd day. The rank of Jiki Dai, she was bestowed on Sukuna Maro, Haikda Noa-san of Jiki Quoshi rank, and he was granted a sustenance, fief of 50 houses. 12th month, 21st day. Professors of the art of war were sent to give instruction and training in the various provinces. AD 694. 8th year, 1st month, 2nd day. The rank of Sho Quo, she was granted to Mayaruji, Fuse no Asan of Jiki Dai Ikai rank, and to Miyuki Ohatomo no Sukyun, with an increase of 200 houses to the fiefs of each, amounting with those held by them previously to 500 houses. They were also constituted the senior members of their houses. 7th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers. 15th day. The Empress received presents of firewood. 16th day. An entertainment was given to the public functionaries. 17th day. The men of Aya gave a performance of Erer, Bashiri. Those of the 5th rank and upwards had archery. 18th day. Those of the 6th rank and downwards had archery. After 4 days it came to an end. 19th day. The men of Thang gave a performance of Erer, Bashiri. 21st day. The Empress visited the palace of Fujiwara and returned to the palace on the same day. 23rd day. The ranks of Mu, Quoshi, etc. were conferred on 7 men of Great Thang and 2 Sushin. 24th day. The Empress visited the palace of Yoshino. 3rd month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 2nd day. Maro Ohake no Asan of Jiki, Quoshi rank, Yashima, Utina no Amiki of Gondai Nai rank and Henjitsu, Kibumi no Muraji, were appointed governors of the mint for cash. 11th day. An imperial edict was issued as follows. In all cases where persons of no official rank are appointed as district governors, the chief officials shall receive the rank of Shin, Quo Nai, and the assistants that of Shin Dai San. 16th day. The Empress made an edict as follows. In the 7th year of our reign, the year Midzunoto Mi of the cycle, a spring of cordial waters bubbled up at Mount Suga, Yama in the district of Yasu in the province of Afumi. Persons afflicted with all manner of diseases went to stay at the temple of Yasudara, and great numbers were healed. Therefore 4 cho of rice, land, and 60 tan of cloth are granted to it, and the district of Yasu is exempted for this year from commuted taxes and forced labor, and from miscellaneous corvées. The local authorities, from the chief down to the clerks, are advanced 1 grade in rank. To those who first made proof of the spring of cordial waters, viz. Kadono no Hatsuki and the daughter of Kudara no Tsurara, these are given 2 hiki of coarse silk each, 10 tan of cloth, and 10 mattocks. 22nd day. Offerings were presented at the various shrines. 23rd day. Presents of coarse silks and cloth, varying in value in the case of each, were made to the officials of the department of the Shinto religion from the chief down to the half-yuri, in all 164 persons. Summer, 4th month, 5th day. The posthumous rank of Jo Dai, she was conferred on Prince Kahachi, Viceroy of Tsukushi, and a contribution made towards his funeral expenses. 7th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 13th day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 14th day. The Empress arrived back from the palace of Yoshino. 17th day. A contribution was sent towards the funeral expenses of the doctor of Lado, Yen. 5th month, 6th day. The ministers and Dabu were entertained within the inner precincts. 11th day. 100 copies of the Kin Kwo Myo Sutra were sent and deposited in the various provinces, to be read without fail when the moon of the first month was in her first quarter. The fees were to be defrayed from the public revenues of the province. 6th month, 8th day. A white copper pheasant was presented by the district of Sarora in the province of Kahachi. The governor and vice governor of the district of Sarara received each a grade of rank and presents, and the rank of Shin Kwo Nai was granted to Karakuni, Asuka no Miyako, who had caught it. He also received presents. Autumn, 7th month, 4th day. Inspectors were sent to the provinces. 15th day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 8th month, 17th day. 104 priests were made to enter religion for the sake of the imperial princess Asuka. 9th month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 4th day. The Empress proceeded to the palace of Yoshino. 22nd day. Prince Mino of Jo Kwoshi rank was appointed Viceroy of Tsukushi. Winter, 10th month, 20th day. The rank of Shin Dai she was bestowed on a man of the district of Araki in the province of Hida, named Oto Kunaib no Atohi, who had caught a white bat. He also received a present of 4 hiki of coarse silk, 4 bundles of floss silk, and 10 tan of cloth, and his house was exempted from all forced labor whatever during his life. 11th month, 26th day. There was an amnesty for criminals, from those guilty of capital crimes downwards. 12th month, 6th day. The Empress removed her residence to the palace of Fujiwara. 9th day. The public functionaries paid their respects at court. 10th day. Presents of various values were made to all from the princes of the blood down to the governors of districts, consisting of coarse silk, floss silk, and cloth. 12th day. A banquet was given to the ministers and Dabu. AD 695, 9th year, spring, 1st month, 5th day. The rank of Jo Kwo Nai was conferred on the tonry of imperial princes. 7th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers and Dabu within the inner precinct. 15th day. Firewood was presented to the Empress. 16th day. An entertainment was given to the public functionaries. 17th day. There was archery lasting for 4 days. Intercalary 2nd month, 8th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 15th day. The imperial car returned to the palace. 3rd month, 2nd day. Silla sent Prince Kim Nyong Nim, the Po Nyerng Pak Kang Kuk of Sal, Sun Rank, and Kim Chayu, Han and Kim Ch Hyung, Seern of Han Num Ma Rank, to present a memorial regarding the government of their country, to offer tribute and to bring presents. 11th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 14th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. 22nd day. Hakase Fumi no Emiki of Mu Kwo Nai rank, Shimo Osa no Maroda of Shin Kwo San rank, and others were sent to Tain to obtain the barbarian's dwelling place. Summer, 4th month, 9th day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 17th day. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Quo-san, was conferred on Yamishi, Kamo no Asan, and a contribution made towards his funeral expenses. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Daishi, was conferred on Akamaro, Fumi no Amiki, and a contribution made towards his funeral expenses. 5th month, 13th day. An entertainment was given to the Hayato of Oho, Sumi. 21st day. The Empress witnessed wrestling by the Hayato at West Tsuki, no Moto. 6th month, 3rd day. Dabu were sent as envoys to visit the shrines of the capital and the 4 home provinces and pray for rain. 16th day. Honorary gifts of various values were made to all high officials who were 80 years of age or more, or who were affected by chronic disease. 18th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 26th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. Autumn, 7th month, 23rd day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 26th day. Presents were made of various values to the envoys, whom it was proposed to send to Silla, viz. Kenu, Wano no Asan of Jiki Quo Shi rank, Hakatoko, Yuki no Muraji of Mu, Dai Nai rank, and others. 8th month, 24th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 30th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. 9th month, 4th day. The prisons were visited, and those persons were released who were suffering sentences of minor banishment or imprisonment. 6th day. Kenu, Wano no Asan, and his colleagues started for Silla. 10th month, 11th day. The Empress went to Yanahari in Yuta. 12th day. The Empress arrived from Yanahari. 12th month, 5th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 13th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. Prince Hatsus was granted the rank of Jo, Daishi, and a contribution made for his funeral expenses. AD 696, L0th year, spring, 1st month, 7th day. The ministers and Dabu were entertained. 11th day. The rank of Jiki Dai, she was conferred on Nam Chirn, Prince of Pekshe. 15th day. Firewood was presented to the Empress. 16th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers and public functionaries. 18th day. The ministers and public functionaries had archery at the south gate. 2nd month, 3rd day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 13th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. 3rd month, 3rd day. The Empress went to the palace of Fuda Tsuki. 12th day. Presents were given of coats and trousers of brocade, of dark red and deep purple coarse silks, of axes, etc., to Inari and Mushi, Yamishi of Wadarijima of Koshi, and to Shirasu and Yeso, men of Sushin. Summer, 4th month, 10th day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes, and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 27th day. The rank of Tsui Dai Nai was conferred on Mononobe no Kyusuri, of the district of Keizhia in the province of Iyo, and to Mibu no Moroshi, of the district of Kahashi in the province of Higo. Moreover, each of them received presents of 4 hiki of coarse silk, 10 bundles of raw silk, 20 tan of cloth, 20 mattocks, 1,000 sheaves of rice, and 4 cho of rice land. They were excused from the commuted taxes and forced labor due from their houses. This was by way of consolation for their long sufferings in the Thang country. 28th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 5th month, 2nd day. By imperial command, the title of Amiki was conferred on Tsunade, Hada no Miyako of Dai Kin, Jo rank. 4th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. 8th day. The rank of Jiki, Quo, she was conferred on Ohasumi, Wohari no Sukyun, and he was also given 40 cho of rice, land. 13th day. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Quo, she was granted to Momoi, Oho, Koma no Mureji, and a contribution given towards his funeral expenses. 6th month, 18th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 26th day. The Empress arrived from Yoshino. Autumn, 7th month, 1st day. There was an eclipse of the sun. 2nd day. Criminals were pardoned. 8th day. Envoys were sent to pray to the great abstinence deity of heroes and to the wind, gods of Tatsuda. 10th day. His Highness the After Imperial Prince died. 8th month, 25th day. The rank of Jiki, Quo, Ikai was conferred on Hamachi, Oho no Omi, and presents given him as a reward for his services from the beginning, and for his strict guardianship of the barrier. 9th month, 15th day. The posthumous rank of Jiki, Dai, Ikai was conferred on Ihos, Waka, Zakurabe no Asan, and a contribution made towards his funeral expenses, in honor of his services from the beginning. Winter, 10th month, 17th day. The Yudejin, Tajihi no Mabito, was granted a carriage and a staff, and so in this way sympathy was shown on his retirement from office. 22nd day. 120 retainers were granted to the Yudejin, Tajihi no Mabito of Sho, Quo, San rank. 80 each to the Dainagan, Mayaruji, Abe no Asan, and Miyuki, Ohatomo no Sukyun, both of Sho, Quo, Shi rank, and 50 each to Maro. Iso no Kami no Asan of Jiki, Quo, Ikai rank, and Fubito, Fujiwara no Asan of Jiki, Quo, Nai rank. 11th month, 10th day. 30 houses were granted as a sustenance, fief to Bendo, a priest of the great temple of the great palace. 12th month, 1st day. An imperial order was given that the Kin, Quo Mayo Sutra should be expounded, and that every year on the last day of the 12th month 10 persons of a pure life should be made to enter religion. AD 697. 11th year, spring 1st month 7th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers and Debu. 11th day. Presents of rice in ear of various values were given to all widowers, widows, orphans, and childless persons, to those suffering from grave disease, and to those who from poverty were unable to support themselves throughout the empire. 16th day. An entertainment was given to the ministers and public functionaries. 2nd month, 28th day. Kyunami Tahama no Mabito of Jiki, Quo, Ikai rank was appointed Grand Tutor of the Heir Apparent. Atomi Michai no Mabito of Jiki, Quo, San rank was appointed Director of the Spring Palace, and Ahamachi Kos no Asan of Jiki Daishi rank, Assistant Director. 3rd month, 8th day. A public great congregation was held at the Eastern Palace. Summer, 4th month, 4th day. Ranks from that of Jo to that of Jiki were conferred on the selected persons, discrimination being made in the case of each. 7th day. The Empress went to the palace of Yoshino. 14th day. Envoys were sent to pray to heroes and Tatsuda. On this day, the Empress arrived from Yoshino. 5th month, 8th day. Debu were sent as envoys to the various shrines to pray for rain. 6th month, 2nd day. Criminals were pardoned. 6th day. An imperial order was made that sutras should be read in the temples of the home provinces. 15th day. Persons of the 5th and lower ranks were sent to cleanse out the temples of the capital. 19th day. Offerings were distributed to the gods of heaven and earth. 26th day. The ministers and public functionaries began to make votive images of Buddha for the sake of the Empress' illness. 28th day. Daebu were sent as envoys to visit the various shrines and pray for rain. Autumn, 7th month, 7th day. At midnight, 109 habitual thieves were pardoned, and 4 pieces of cloth given to each. But those from the outer provinces received 20 sheaves of rice each. 12th day. Envoys were sent to pray to heroes and Tatsuda. 29th day. The ministers and public functionaries prepared a festival for the installation of Buddhist images in the temple of Yakushiji. 8th month, 1st day. The Empress, having decided on this measure in the Forbidden Precinct, abdicated the imperial dignity in favor of the Prince Imperial.